it is fundamental now to gather the data, to assess the data, to use the data to make informed decisions. I want to commend you on the work that you have done and encourage you to continue in terms of the work that needs to be done going forward.
The National Health Research Conference, NHRC, is where science, innovation, and policy meet to impact the health and well-being of the population. This transformative event has been helping to shape Jamaica's healthcare landscape for over a decade. Following its inaugural staging in 2010, it's the flagship platform of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, uniting government institutions, academic minds, and the wider public to share groundbreaking health research that's pushing the boundaries of innovation and that can provide solutions to meet modern healthcare needs. The NHRC's key objectives are to facilitate the sharing of research findings from the various participating researchers, identify operational research with the potential to shape public health policy, and aid special discussions on the conference theme to drive actionable outcomes.
It's research that will have some impact on our operations, our guidelines, our policies. For example, we did COVID research, and that helped shape our COVID response.
Since its inception in 2010, with a gathering of 80 attendees at the Pegasus Hotel in New Kingston, conference attendance has soared over the years.
The last conference would have seen 933 persons on Zoom and over 6,000 persons on social media. So it has grown exponentially.
The National Health Research Conference has seen stunning growth each year in the number and quality of research abstracts submitted.
When we started out, with a few abstracts that would have been submitted, up to today where we have a large volume in terms of poster and oral presentations. The growth still continues to where our numbers have grown, and I'm very proud to be a part of that experience.
The National Health Research Conference awards presenters for high quality research in 3 categories for both the oral and poster competitions. And these are Best Overall Presentation, the Most Impactful Presentation, and the Best Student Presentation.
The systems that have been put in place has grown in strength, and the conference has likewise grown. And so the journey continues, but it has been a good journey.
Till the next conference, every 3rd Wednesday to Friday in November, this has been our peek inside the NHRC, with over a decade of transformative research shaping a healthier future for Jamaica.
it is fundamental now to gather the data, to assess the data, to use the data to make informed decisions. I want to commend you on the work that you have done and encourage you to continue in terms of the work that needs to be done going forward.
The National Health Research Conference, NHRC, is where science, innovation, and policy meet to impact the health and well-being of the population. This transformative event has been helping to shape Jamaica's healthcare landscape for over a decade. Following its inaugural staging in 2010, it's the flagship platform of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, uniting government institutions, academic minds, and the wider public to share groundbreaking health research that's pushing the boundaries of innovation and that can provide solutions to meet modern healthcare needs. The NHRC's key objectives are to facilitate the sharing of research findings from the various participating researchers, identify operational research with the potential to shape public health policy, and aid special discussions on the conference theme to drive actionable outcomes.
It's research that will have some impact on our operations, our guidelines, our policies. For example, we did COVID research and that helped shape our COVID response.
Since its inception in 2010, with a gathering of 80 attendees at the Pegasus Hotel in New Kingston, conference attendance has soared over the years.
The last conference would have seen 933 persons on Zoom and over 6,000 persons on social media. So it has grown exponentially.
The National Health Research Conference has seen stunning growth each year in the number and quality of research abstracts submitted.
When we started out, with a few abstracts that would have been submitted, up to today where we have a large volume in terms of poster and oral presentations. The growth still continues to where our numbers have grown, and I'm very proud to be a part of that experience.
The National Health Research Conference awards presenters for high quality research in 3 categories for both the oral and poster competitions. And these are Best Overall Presentation, the Most Impactful Presentation, and the Best Student Presentation.
The systems that have been put in place has grown in strength, and the conference has likewise grown. And so the journey continues, but it has been a good journey.
Till the next conference, every 3rd Wednesday to Friday in November, this has been our peek inside the NHRC, with over a decade of transformative research shaping a healthier future for Jamaica.
Good morning, everyone. All right. So I'll say good morning again at some point in the introduction, but I'll let you warm up on thought a little bit. So allow me to establish the protocol first as we begin the morning's proceedings. Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Lisa Indar, Executive Director, Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, Mr. Ian Stein, Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization representative with responsibility for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, Dr. Nicole Dawkins Wright, Director, Emergency Disaster Management and Special Services in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Karen Webster Carr, Principal Medical Officer, National Epidemiologist, other branch heads, Technical Services Division, Dr. Andreen Grant, Chair of the NHRC Secretariat, directors and staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, distinguished researchers and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media all, good morning. Good morning. There we go. Mostly that table, but good morning. I have a theory as to why the good morning sounds the way it does. It's been a cold few days, and perhaps you're still a little frozen, still needing to thaw out, still a little in hibernation, but that's all right, we'll get there. Allow me to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 16th Annual National Health Research Conference under the theme, Health for Some in a Changing Environment. Is still this table only, is only this table. It's not health for some, is it? The theme is health for all, which has been a driving point of the Ministry of Health and Wellness over the last few years. In fact, our last research conference was literally about access to health for everyone. So our theme is health for all in a changing environment. Now, for those who may be keen on the timeline and have heard that it's the 16th staging, it is the 16th staging indeed. Last year's conference or last year's event was delayed by an over-enthusiastic application by one Hurricane Melissa. But delayed does not mean denied. And so the conference has returned in its sweet 16th year. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, is uniquely positioned to highlight research conducted within the public health system, to facilitate special discussions around the presentations and the conference theme, and crucially, to identify operational research with potential for influence or to be translated into actual policy. To that end, we have 22 oral and 18 poster presentations spread across the next 3 days and covering the conference themes, which I am sure you will hear more of as we go along. My name is Theodore Henry, and I'll be your guide through this opening ceremony alongside Miss Antoinette Aiken, who will be providing sign language interpretation. But ladies and gentlemen, at this point, please join me in standing appropriately for the playing of the national anthem, which will be followed by Dr. Carol Lord, the Program Development Officer and Public Health Specialist in the Family Health Unit, who will lead us in the invocation. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you, God. We thank you, Lord, for bringing us here again for the 16th year of the National Health Research Conference. Lord, we thank you for every member who has been contributing, Father, to this platform. We thank you, Lord, for the knowledge that has been shared on this platform and the programs, Lord, that has been implemented, Lord, as part of this initiative. Lord, we pray, God, your blessing upon the presenters, Lord, organizers, Lord, those who are our partners in this venture. Lord, we pray your blessing. Lord, we pray that you will guide us during this session, because you say, Lord, that all knowledge and all wisdom come from you. And Lord, even as we demonstrate the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding that you have given us through the abstracts and the oral presentations, Lord, that will be presented on this platform, Lord, we pray, God, that they will be put into action, even as we be motivated to present them, Father. And we pray, Holy Spirit, that you will guide us through this 3 days proceedings. You be honored and you be glorified. In Jesus' precious name, amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Lord. Dr. Nicole Dawkins-Wright, Director, Emergency Disaster Management and Special Services, will be welcoming you more formally on behalf of Dr. Jacqueline Bisesa-McKenzie, the Chief Medical Officer. And immediately following the welcome will be a video presentation of the 15th anniversary NHRC TV special. It will be played on the screen, so you can just turn your attention right after the welcome to the screens for that anniversary special. But now, Dr. Nicole Dawkins-Wright with the welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, Theodore Henry. Good morning to you all. Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness, Mr. Ian Stein, PAHO WHO representative for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, Dr. Lisa Indar, Executive Director, CARPHA, Dr. Andreen Grant, Director, Epidemiological Research and Data Analytics at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Carol Lord, Program Development Officer and Public Health Specialist from Family Health Unit here at the Ministry, Directors of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, presenters, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am indeed very pleased to bring greetings on behalf of the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Jacqueline Bisesa-McKenzie, CD, who extends her best wishes for a successful conference, but is regrettably unable to be with us this morning due to official travel. I therefore have the honor to welcome you to the 16th Annual National Health Research Conference. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, remains the Ministry's premier national forum for highlighting research conducted within Jamaica's public health system and for promoting the use of evidence-based research to strengthen policy, programs, and service delivery. The theme, Health for All in a Changing Environment, reflects Jamaica's long-standing commitment to primary health care, the principles of the Alma Ata Declaration, and the global commitment to leave no one behind under the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. As our country continues its recovery following the impact of Hurricane Melissa, the theme also underscores the importance of resilience, adaptability, and coordinated action across government and society. Over the next 3 days, participants will engage in oral and poster presentations, special presentations, panel discussions, and workshops addressing key priority areas, including non-communicable diseases, demographic change, workplace wellness, and the application of artificial intelligence and robotics in healthcare. These sessions are intended to support the generation and application of practical, locally relevant solutions to Jamaica's health challenges. The Ministry is therefore especially pleased to continue advancing the National Health Research Agenda and the Research for Wellness Fund, which demonstrates our commitment to investing in high-quality research that can be translated into improved health outcomes for our population. So once again, welcome to the 16th Annual National Health Research Conference. I wish for you a productive and successful convening, and I thank you.
It is fundamental now to gather the data, to assess the data, to use the data to make informed decisions. I want to commend you on the work that you have done and encourage you to continue in terms of the work that needs to be done going forward.
The National Health Research Conference, NHRC, is where science, innovation, and policy meet to impact the health and well-being of the population. This transformative event has been helping to shape Jamaica's healthcare landscape for over a decade. Following its inaugural staging in 2010, it's the flagship platform of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, uniting government institutions, academic minds, and the wider public to share groundbreaking health research that's pushing the boundaries of innovation and that can provide solutions to meet modern healthcare needs. The NHRC's key objectives are to facilitate the sharing of research findings from the various participating researchers, identify operational research with the potential to shape public health policy, and aid special discussions on the conference theme to drive actionable outcomes.
It's research that will have some impact on our operations, our guidelines, our policies. For example, we did COVID research, and that helped shape our COVID response.
Since its inception in 2010, with a gathering of 80 attendees at the Pegasus Hotel in New Kingston, conference attendance has soared over the years.
The last conference would have seen 933 persons on Zoom and over 6,000 persons on social media. So it has grown exponentially.
The National Health Research Conference has seen stunning growth each year in the number and quantity of research abstracts submitted.
When we started out, with a few abstracts that would have been submitted, up to today where we have a large volume in terms of poster and oral presentations. The growth still continues to where our numbers have grown, and I'm very proud to be a part of that experience.
The National Health Research Conference awards presenters for high quality research in 3 categories for both the oral and poster competitions. And these are Best Overall Presentation, the Most Impactful Presentation, and the Best Student Presentation.
The systems that have been put in place has grown in strength, and the conference has likewise grown. And so the journey continues, but it has been a good journey.
Till the next conference, every 3rd Wednesday to Friday in November, this has been our peek inside the NHRC, with over a decade of transformative research shaping a healthier future for Jamaica.
So you are a part of something that is growing and growing and benefiting Jamaica land we love. You should feel really good about that and probably give yourself a clap. We continue with our flow for this morning. We're going to have 2 greetings now coming to us. First, from Mr. Ian Stein, the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization representative, responsible for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands. And Mr. Stein will be followed by Dr. Lisa Indar, Executive Director, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA. So in that order, we now have these 2 greetings, Mr. Stein, followed by Dr. Lisa Indar.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is really a pleasure to join you all and join all of you, friends, family, colleagues, and the broad range of people joining us today. And I'm also pleased to note that all the protocols have been observed as well. I thank the organizers who have invited me to share some opening comments for this opportunity, this gathering together, especially in the context of health for all, a subject close to my heart, a subject close to my organization's heart, WHO and PAHO, true to this over the many years and dedication in collaboration with our member states. So allow me to, if I may, put this in context, research in context and health for all in context, because I think it's important to recognize that we are fresh into 2026, fresh with the cold air blowing upon us, 4 years from 2030. And it's the year 2030 that the world and countries made commitments to measure how progress is being made on this health for all. Jamaica also aligned in this broad effort to achieve particular targets. However, we are reminded that these goals and this agenda, the 2030 agenda, is not just a list of goals. It's a commitment to equity. It's a commitment to resilience and the idea that development must be inclusive, but also evidence-based and people-centered. And nowhere is this more evident than the health sector. It is with this in mind that I point out that the relevance of research as it pertains, it's with this in mind I point to the relevance of research as it pertains to achieving well-established goals. Today I want to share 3 pieces in particular: where we stand globally and regionally on the SDGs, in particular SDG 3, where the data gaps remain and why it matters, and how research, including the work of the Jamaica's research community, can accelerate this progress towards 2030 with a special recognition of the important role that the Ministry of Health plays, but also other institutions within the Jamaica environment. This is a humbling time. At the global level, the world is not on track to achieve most of the goals of the SDGs by 2030. It's humbled by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also by climate-related shocks, economic pressures, and the widening economic inequities that have reversed, unfortunately, years of progress. Melinda's landfall exacerbated these. Sorry, Melinda is a friend of mine. Allow me to rephrase that. Melissa, not a friend of mine, her landfall exacerbated these challenges here in Jamaica. In the Americas, PAHO's latest assessments show several concerning trends. Life expectancy has declined for the first time in decades. Non-communicable diseases continue to account for an enormous burden, which requires a substantial effort to do operational research on behavior change. Mental health needs have grown sharply, and yet services remain under-resourced across the region. Maternal mortality, once declining, has plateaued or increased in several countries, and climate-sensitive diseases such as dengue are rising in frequency and intensity. Unfortunately, challenges are persistent. Rates of NCDs remain stubbornly high. Violence and injuries continue to strain the health system. Climate changes threaten water security, vector-borne disease patterns, and disaster resilience. And like many countries, Jamaica faces data gaps that limit the ability to fully measure the SDG progress. One of the most important lessons that we are seeing from the SDG era is that data is not a technical issue, it's a development issue. Without accurate, timely, and disaggregated data, we cannot design effective policies or track progress. We know that outdated health systems across the region are challenging. We know that there are enormous limitations on disaggregated data. There are gaps on environmental and climate-related data. And all this points to insufficient research across the spectrum of health-related issues, and in particular, the social determinants of health. We recognize that the Jamaica researchers, the tremendous resource that we have here in Jamaica, has a particular role to play to accelerate some of the attainment in the work on the SDGs. Jamaica has a vibrant research community, and this work is essential to all of us reaching our collective goals. We need to focus on the greatest data gaps, and this includes mental health and climate health interactions, NCD risk factors, and health inequity. We need to do something challenging, which is embrace the interdisciplinary approach, because the SDGs and the efforts to achieve health for all require interconnected work. We need to expand community-based research because communities are not the subjects, they are partners in how we can strengthen relevance and uptake of the results of this research. And we also need to prioritize research, especially these days, to support resilience. Climate change, pandemics, economic shocks will continue to test the health system. So as we look ahead, the message continues to be quite clear. We cannot achieve what we cannot measure, and we cannot measure what we do not research. Let us continue to work together, researchers, policymakers, communities, development partners, to build a healthier, more resilient, and more equitable Jamaica. Thank you.
Dr. Indar?
Just checking if you were able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We are hearing, right? Can you speak again, Doc?
Good morning, good morning.
Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Dr. Dion, Prince IV Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Mr. Ian Stein of PAHO, Dr. Nico Wright, Director of Disaster Management and Special Services, Dr. Karen Webster, Principal Medical Officer, Dr. Isessa McCann, Medical Officer of other branch technical services, Director of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, distinguished researchers and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, members of the team, good morning. On behalf of CARPHA, it's really a pleasure to bring warm greetings to all of you at the day of the 16th Annual National Health Research Conference, convened under the timely and compelling theme, Health for All in a Changing Environment. But before I go forward, I first want to commend the Minister of Health, Ministry of Health, and the government of Jamaica of their remarkable efforts in their funds and recovery efforts in response to Hurricane Melissa. I now want to commend the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and all partners for 16 years of steadfast leadership in advancing health research and critically strengthening the connection between research, policy, and practice. This conference continues to serve as a vital platform for dialogue, innovation, and evidence action, all of which are essential as we navigate an increasingly complex public health landscape. And the question that a lot of people would ask, what is health for all? And, Steve and Science spoke about this. I will try to summarize. Health for all is a W strategy aiming for the highest sustainable level of health as a fundamental human right, ensuring everyone, regardless of background, can lead socially and economically well. life. It emphasizes equity, preventive care, and universal access to sustainable health services rather than just illness. And the key aspect that, health for all is not just about the rule, but within reach of everyone in a given country, allowing people to have productive lives. The strategy is rooted in equity-oriented policy, social justice, and the recognition of health is a fundamental right. And it focuses on social, economic, and environmental determinants of health, including sanity, education, nutrition, and not just medical treatment. It requires a comprehensive approach, a multi-sectoral, all of governmental approach that involves government, community, individuals. So I look at the papers that are being presented and think that this conference is aptly addressing health. And as we know, across the Caribbean, we experience profound environmental, social, and ecological shifts, from climate change to extreme weather events, to emerging and re-emerging diseases, including resurgence of vaccine-preventable diseases, demographic transfer, and widening health inequities. These realities remind that research is no longer optional. It is foundational to building resilience, inclusive, and responsive health systems. CARPHA remains firmly committed to supporting member states through strengthened surveillance, lab systems, workforce development, and digital. Do I continue?
Well, are you finished? All right. We seem to be having a technical challenge here. So let me just say thank you to Mr. Stein and Dr. Indar for their comments, their affirmations, and for painting an interesting picture of the world around us and what needs doing as we go forward. Let me insert some commentary here about the conference itself. As you should be familiar with, those at the hub and the greater majority online, there is a conference website beyond the proceedings on Zoom where you can review the conference booklet, review the history, past winners, past themes. You can also view the posters in the poster hall and leave questions and comments for the authors. We also encourage you to generally engage with the different activities on the website and with the other participants on the website. There is a running leaderboard of engagement that ranks what you do on the website, and you gain points for that, and your name goes up and up and up and up. Go up high enough, and you'll get a gift or two. What the gift will be, I'm not at liberty to say, but it will be a good gift based on the pictures I saw of the winners last year. So the more you immerse yourself, the greater your chances of winning some prizes. As we go along, we're going to take a break from our greetings and presentations for a spot of music brought to us by Mr. Kerry Sales, gospel singer and songwriter. You've been very polite and very quiet. This is not the moment for politeness and quietness. Kerry, the floor is yours.
When I wake up in the morning, say, see the sun shining, I know that your blessing is over me. Yeah, when I see the tree moving, hear the birds chirping, I feel my beat inside of me. Listen, say, I've got joy, say, I've got peace, say, I've got favor. all over me. Say, I've got joy, Lord, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Can you do it one more time, everybody? Say, when I wake up in the morning, see the sun shining, I know that your blessing is over me. Yeah, and when I see the tree moving, hear the birds chirping, I feel my beat inside of me. Help me sing now, say, I've got joy. Say, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Come on, say, I've got, say, I've got, say, I've got favor all over me. Listen, every day I'm living, everywhere I'm going, every move I'm making, you're guiding me. All of the love I'm feeling, all the kindness showing, all the mercy flowing. I need everybody know to say, you've got, say, I've got, say, I've got, say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy. Say, I've got, say, I've got favor all over me. And in my life, He's blessing me. And as I grow, His grace covers me. So I will walk in God's authority, for His favor covers me. Say, I've got, say, I've got peace. Say, I've got all over me. Say, I've got joy, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor. Do me a favor right now. Turn to your neighbor. Say, neighbor, you've got. Say, you've got. Cover them now. Cover them. Say, all over you. Say, you've got joy. Neighbor, you've got peace. Say, you've got favor. Come on, let me see everybody wave your nose. So say, I've got. Say, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Say, I've got joy. Say, I've got peace. Say, I've got favor all over me. Let me see a stretch hands. Everybody, ready? Next one. Say, I am blessed. Say, I am blessed and are highly favored. All right, you ready now? Ready? Say, I am blessed and are highly favored. Anybody blessed right now? Let me see a wave. So say, I am blessed and are highly favored. 'Cause I was about with a prize. I got the sacrifice. 'Cause I am blessed and I. Let me see all of the blessed people right now. Just stretch your hands up. Say, I am and highly favored. Say, I am blessed and highly favored. 'Cause I was about with a prize. I got the sacrifice. 'Cause I am blessed and highly favored. Listen, I'm so blessed. Nobody can steal my joy or take my love away. I'm so blessed that God provides for me in every single way. I'm so blessed that God grant me mercy each and every day. So blessed. Sing, I am so blessed. Let me everybody say, I am blessed. Say, and highly favored. Anybody blessed right now? Let me see you go some. Say, I am. Say, cause I was about with a prize. I got the sacrifice, cause I am blessed. And put it a stretch your right hand with me. Stretch your right hand with me. When the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. Say, when the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. Cause you can rest assured your needs He supply, and you can rest assured protection is always nigh. Cause when the Lord blesses you, nobody can curse you. Touch your neighbor, say neighbor, you are. Say neighbor. Come on, tell your neighbor, say neighbor, neighbor. You are blessed and highly favored, and you are bought with a prize. I got the sacrifice, cause you are blessed. And I want you to do me a better favor now. Hug your neighbor, hug them, say, we are. Come on, hug somebody, man. Hug somebody, tell them. Look at them and tell them, say, you are blessed, and highly favored, and you are bought with a prize. I got the sacrifice, cause you are blessed, and highly favored. Yes, you are blessed, and highly favored. You are blessed and highly favored. God bless everybody.
There is a corporate well-being and wellness challenge that ends in, let me see if I have my information right, about 24 days, which involves people submitting videos of them getting active. You know, Jamaica moving. And carousels is always good to get us moving. So if you feel so inclined, you can get the footage from a while ago when you were all doing that. And that will complete your submission for the corporate wellness challenge. As we proceed, our feature address is coming up next, and that will be done for us by the Honorable Dr. Christopher Tufton, the Minister of Health and Wellness. So let me tell you just a little something about Dr. Tufton as he comes. He has devoted his life to public service in Jamaica, serving as an educator, politician, minister, mentor. We've seen him running. What else does Dr. Tufton do? Writing, yes, there's that. So he is multi-talented and multifaceted, our Minister of Health and Wellness. And for his outstanding work in public health and governance, he has been awarded the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander recently. Dr. Tufton will be delivering our feature address now. I invite your attention as he presents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for those good words. You're not so good on the stage with the performance, though, so don't try moving that. Don't do that in public too often. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me recognize those at the head table, of course. Mr. Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Henry, Ian Stein, PAHO WHO, representative to Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands. Lisa Indar, who isn't here, but we heard her, or could barely hear her, but we appreciate her presence. That's the director of CARPHA. Nicole Dawkins-Wright, our emergency disaster management and special services at the MOH. And of course, the chief epidemiologist, Karen Webster Carr, who is also, by the way, ODCD, right? Commander class. And well deserved, I was kind of proud to walk up with her last time, you know. Me and her get a little bit of award and recognition. So I want to commend her. She's doing a good job. She and her team, of course. Dr. Grant, Director, Epidemiological Research and Data Analytics. And should I say everyone else who is present in the room. All of you, very distinguished. Very happy to see all of you and those online. Very happy to, again, speak at another research conference, the 16th National Health Research Conference opening ceremony. And I believe you have 3 days of intense conversation around critical matters of research in healthcare, health for all in a changing environment. Very, very appropriate topic to guide the conversation and the work that's done here. I believe also that at some point this morning we're going to be awarding our wellness grants to three or four recipients. You may recall that a few years ago, I had announced this 50 million grant to support research in healthcare. Went through a little teething pain, but today we will recognize the leads on the research that they will do, benefiting from this first 50 million allocation. They have been given those resources already, I'm told, but today we will recognize them. I want to just give them a round of applause because essentially we are consummating the allocation of research grants. And it's important. I mean, I have an academic background. Some may say I'm biased. I taught at the university for many years. But I do believe, and I've said it to my team, that while opinions matter, and the world is full of opinions, particularly in free media, and everybody postures as an expert in everything, not just in one thing. The real expert are those who ground their positions, their points of view, their opinions as it relates to health, anyway, in the data. And having the capacity to collect, to analyze, and to conclude around that data is what will drive good policies and programs to support the health and wellness of our society. Anything else is opinion. And you're all entitled to it. We are all entitled to it. And in a world where everybody has access to free media, there is a whole heap of opinions to go around. I've heard some things said about myself. I wonder if it's me they're talking about or somebody else, for example, including all sorts of things, which I won't go into. It may excite you too much or you may lose focus today. The point is, it is research that will drive good policy. And we must, as the corporate drivers of policy in public health in the country, and with Ian present in the hemisphere and indeed the world, we must maintain, promote, and embrace that principle of data to drive decision-making. And that's why this annual health research conference is so important, and that's why I embrace and support it. So commendations to those who have put this together for the 16th year, and I encourage you to go full 100 over the next 3 days and send me the proceedings, the results of what you have found out, so I can act as if I'm bright when I talk over the next year as to where we need to go, right? Because I'm depending on you now to inform me, because you are the ones doing the research. So, as I said, the topic is the theme is very apt, is very relevant, because we are living in a changing world. We have always been in a changing world. The difference between a century ago and today, if I were to hazard a guess, is that the changes are happening a lot more rapidly today. The life cycle of any idea almost dissipates within a very short period of time. In fact, while nothing can truly be seen as original, because we build as we go along on ideas, and we should appreciate ideas that have come before us as we seek to make those ideas better as we go forward. The reality is that because of how the world is positioned, for a number of reasons, we have to constantly change. The only certainty in life is change, in my opinion. And it is kind of a contradiction in terms, but context matters, and our ability to adjust to that environment is critical. And I want to just share, I'm not going to be very long, a few ideas around some of the changes that I think are going to be very critical going forward and hopefully will drive some of that research. And I want to be bold about some of the statements as how I see it. So if you look at the demographic profile, which is where it all starts, because we are about people and ensuring or supporting living that promotes longevity and quality of life. In a very short, abbreviated way, I think that's what we're about. We want people to enjoy life, and we want the people to enjoy a period of life that could truly be said is what they expect. And there are guidelines around that, as you know, in terms of life expectancy, depending on where you live. Beyond that, though, that kind of dissecting has to cause us to look at certain trends that research should focus on. I mean, we have an aging population that is impatient of debate. We're having fewer children, and as a result, our response to this population, both those who are young but those who are not so young, and those who are aging and getting to a stage where they may want to leave the workforce either involuntarily or voluntarily, there is going to be a need to support that population. And the question is, what will the future of our population look like in 5, 10, 15 years? Can we influence the mix of that population? So in a sense, you're looking at both the aging, but you also may want to influence the incoming. Fertility is a big issue. You would have seen me talk about it, and people make fun of me and say I'm trying to promote people having babies, right? I notice with the cold front passing, I see them cartooning and talking on social media that I created the cold front so people can have babies. As far as that. But the reality is, beyond just the willingness to have children, if you look at the data, there are issues around fertility, both male and female. And the question, if you were to look at some of the existing data, is how do we create an environment that supports responsible parenting, but also maintains a population that ultimately creates and maintains a cohesive society. We should not lose sight of the fundamentals as to why we promote child rearing in the context of responsible parenting, but also in the context of the socioeconomic fundamentals of how a society functions and why a society has to function with a balance around the population that's aging as well as the younger population. And I do believe that that requires examination in a fundamental way. The lifestyle issues are big issues, the choices that we make in our community. The availability of healthcare workers is a big challenge in the current context. The truth is we are moving in an era where the human element around healthcare service provision will have to be complemented more so by technology, and where that human element, because of the mobility of labor, will have to cut across cultures and societies in order to serve the kind of universal approach to One Health that One Health represents. Despite the challenges to One Health that we also see emerging, we are also going to have to overcome some of those objections, because the truth is it is inevitable. No matter where you are in the world, you are vulnerable to the extent that the weakest parts of the world are vulnerable to certain diseases or health threats. And so I have a theory, and that's all it is, a layman's theory, since I'm not a health expert, that we need to define or look at defining what health and wellness represents. And it's not an original thought. And indeed, somewhere in the continuum of healthcare, it is already lodged and is being attended to. But the question of emphasis and focus, I think, is very important. My own view is that health research should increasingly focus on a very holistic concept of health as community. Community. I think community should be the word of 2026, certainly at the level of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica. Can't speak for anybody else. Because I do believe that the start of every progressive step as it relates to population health and wellness, or indeed any negative movement in the same context, starts within the community. And that's why primary health care is so important. But it's not just about the provision of health care as we know it in a traditional sense. It really is the support of the healthcare infrastructure within a community context that creates intervention in almost every area of life. Now, health may not appear like it, but health is national security, because domestic violence is a significant part of the wellness of a community and a society. And who are the peacemakers in the society? We applaud the work of the police, who enforce the law and who have some peacemaking role. But if you really think about it, the community center, the community health aides, the public health nurse, the midwife, is a receptor of almost every concern and disagreement you can think of. It's either they come to you to get treatment from the impact of it, and by extension you receive the details of it, and as a consequence may need to have an intervention related to it. Health touches every aspect of our lives. Health is about nutrition, very obvious. But how do we introduce and support a nutrition policy in schools? While the schools, the education system has a critical role to play, since it is their governance structure that will implement and enforce, the role of health in the school system, in the education system, to give the guidance that is required and to nudge, to encourage, to use moral suasion, to link the quality of life with the lifestyle choices, to my mind, is fundamental. It may not work if health is not a critical part of it. And the question is, how do we improve the contribution of health to that kind of introduction? Health is about productivity and how to achieve more from the efforts in a positive way. We have to arm ourselves with supporting that imperative. The point I'm making is that we need to see the community center, the community health center, as the epicenter of activity and life as we know it within that particular community context. And we need to arm our primary healthcare system with the knowledge, the application, the tools, the technology, if necessary, in order to influence the lifestyle that we desire as a society from birth through to death. And that really places health as the epicenter of all that takes place. Now, what does that require? It requires clinicians, clearly. That's our core discipline. But it requires a lot more than that. It's going to require the sociologists. It's going to require the anthropologists. It's going to require so many other disciplines. So that redefinition of health also has to redefine what skill sets are going to be necessary to truly promote a healthier environment and a healthy society. And I think we have to start touching down around the research that allows health to be defined as a multidisciplinary activity, intervention, embedded in a community that is the soul, the vein, the heartbeat of how that community functions. The health of a community has to be driven by healthcare, but include everybody else and every other discipline. Can't be a siloed approach, given the current context of how life. I'll give you an example. I saw where one or two countries have started to discuss the use of social media by young people. And I am for it. I believe that in the context of health, it may not appear so, but we are creating a society of young people who will eventually become adults, who through overexposure and negative reinforced exposure, with social media being the core of that, are either going to be exceptionally challenged by mental health related issues or influencing their behavior and their choices that will lead to a much more challenging period beyond the age of consent, when they in fact can make decisions. And I believe that the time has come for health to be part of that lobby, to say, if you're 16 years or younger, we should regulate, moderate, or even totally avoid social media exposure to our young people. Now, not many people are going to like that. Parents are going to say, you have to give my child a smartphone to take to school so that they can communicate with me. There was a time when we never had it, and people communicated, right? And there may be other mechanisms that need to be put in place to allow for communication. But let me tell you something. As an adult, 50 plus years, and I'm going to tell you the exact age, I am appalled at some of the things I see on social media, just scrolling through. Some of the opinions that have been expressed, some of the vitriol and the evil that is manifested, not just in faraway land, right here in Jamaica. People attack each other, attack character, make up stories, set new standards of behavior that, to my mind, to an open and fertile and learning brain in the form of a young person, is deforming them for life and creating a much worse society for the future generation than for us as adults. And I do believe we have a duty. Call it censorship if you like, but I think we are doing the next generation a favor by calling this out as a bad thing for society. Some may say it's free speech, but with free speech must come levels of responsible behavior. And we have an obligation and a fiduciary duty. It affects health. It does. It affects people's attitude one towards another. It affects the choices we make, what we consume. It affects our mental health. Health in the context of community has to be seen in a much more holistic way. And so, I kind of gone off on a tangent, but I have not. I'm saying to us here in this room who are researchers, broaden our minds beyond the obvious. It's not enough to tell people not to drink too much sugary drink, Because the consequences are obvious. Because the consequences are already proven and obvious. There's more than enough data out there. What we need now are nudging mechanisms, either through moral suasion, regulation, policy, law, to create an environment that is safer for our people. Yes, and the police is doing a great job at that. But to create an environment where choices influence the environment as opposed to the environment in a free-for-all way determine the pressures of the choices that people make. It's fundamental, and we may not be able to do it alone. We will not be able to do it alone, which is why I say health has to be more than just clinicians, as important as they are. So the next $50 million, I'm giving a policy direction. Consider behavioral sciences, and you may actually be more fortunate in how this $50 million is awarded. By the way, I'm not on the committee, so just to be clear. But the multidisciplinary nature of health, I think, requires that type of examination. So enjoy your discussion. Look forward to hear what the results are, and we'll continue to fight for a better society and a healthier society.
Thank you, Minister Tufton. Stressing data informed by high-quality research, and in the last bit there, community being a key theme, health at the level of lifestyle and our own communities. You mentioned at the start of your presentation, Dr. Tufton, the Research for Wellness Fund Awards, and we are going to segue into that right now. Just to bring you up to speed and remind you, all those who are present, at the Hub or online, the Research for Wellness Fund is a Ministry of Health and Wellness initiative led by Dr. Tufton that focuses on wellness as a dynamic process. It uses research findings to guide policies improving societal wellness. It was launched in 2019, and he mentioned the figure, $50 million in funding from the National Health Fund. And the fund supports applied research based on competitive proposals. Today, 4 studies are being awarded, 2 in each tier, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is up to $20 million, and Tier 2 is up to $5 million. And without any further ado, we're going to go into those awards. Minister, if I may ask you to join us again in the handing out of the checks, and also inviting Mr. Sean Parham, Dr. Andreen Grant, and Dr. Karen Webster Carr to join us as well. Now, as our handovers get into position, you guys did a really good clap a while ago at the end of the minister's speech. Hold on. I wasn't saying you need to clap now. I'm saying when the handing over is happening, I'll need you to replicate that clap. All right. So I mentioned that there are 2 tiers of the awards. Tier 1, which is up to $20 million, and Tier 2, which is up to $5 million. And we have 2 studies being awarded in either category today. Let's begin with Tier 1. Now is the time to clap, by the way. Professor Denise Eldemar Shearer in Tier 1. Please join us. As she comes, that study was titled Midlife Health and Wellness in Jamaica. And that study focused on the... Minister asked if your bank account can hold that much money, but you're coming very confidently, so I'm going to assume the answer is yes. Now, that study focused on the midlife period, ages 40 to 60, when diseases often begin, and, even before the symptoms appear. Can I shift this? Can I shift this? No? We're good?
Ready? I'm on $20 million man. That's better.
All right. And the check is large enough to accommodate the whole $20 million. Also in the Tier 1 category is a study by Dr. Carolyn Taylor Bryan, who is unable to be present today, but Professor Marvin Reed. Okay, we're editing on the fly. It will be collected on her behalf. This one is on the impact of a nutrition-based educational intervention on the development of obesity. So the cohort was involving children from 2 years to 5 years of age. All right, that round of applause was, come on. Much better. Now into the Tier 2 category. Please help me welcome Dr. Althea Bailey and Professor Marshall Tuller-Reed. All right, just Dr. Althea Bailey this time. This study was on exploring the unmet health and psychosocial needs of cancer survivors in Jamaica. It was a qualitative, formative research. And last but not least, help me welcome Professor Wendell Abel. Professor Abel's study focused on mental health intervention using, Minister, community health aids. That's a moment for you to clap. Come on. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, presenters. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for big research and big checks this morning. We have come to the end, not of the conference, but of the opening ceremony. Right after we close here, we'll go into a brief coffee break, then head into day one's proceedings, namely the launch of the Research for Wellness Fund. The second tranche will be launched today, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Spotlight on post-Melissa recovery, and the scientific presentations, which will be centered on non-communicable diseases, public health, and nutrition. There are about 10 insightful oral presentations today. The conference and the presentations will continue tomorrow through to Friday, starting at 9 a.m. daily. For those attending, CME credits are available through this conference, but you must be logged on to the Zoom link to claim your continuing education credits. The Zoom link that you would have gotten in your email, or which is present there on the auditorium on the conference website. Using the conference website, you are also able to evaluate the offerings of the conference. Please do that. So now we're heading to our coffee break. On behalf of myself and Ms. Aiken, who helped us with sign language translation today, thank you for coming. All the best in the presentations, and have a great rest of the day.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at the age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis, to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at the age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis, to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica's had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at the age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at the age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. measles, polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, Our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of luck.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 16th National Health Research Conference. I am Karen Webster Carr, Principal Medical Officer, National Epidemiologist. It is my pleasure to introduce our notable guest speaker for this session, Professor Marvin Reed. Professor Marvin Reed is the Principal Director, Office of Research, Innovation and Partnership, University of the West Indies, Mona, with special responsibility for the global health portfolio. Professor Reed is an accomplished researcher who has supervised several doctoral students to completion and has published over 150 research papers and book chapters across public health, metabolism, and clinical trials. Prof. Reed is the past president of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians and currently serves as president of the Medical Association of Jamaica. Professor Reed chairs the Essential National Health Research Committee of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica, which oversees the National Health Research Agenda of Jamaica. Please welcome Professor Marvin Reed.
Thank you, colleagues. Morning, everyone. Morning to those here and those online. My task this morning is really to introduce to you the Essential National Health Research Committee, as well as to introduce the Research for Wellness Fund. Those of you who were here in the earlier session would have seen the recipients of the first tranche, so to speak, of the Research for Wellness Fund. So let me get cracking here. So many of us here as experienced researcher and some of the more junior colleagues would recognize that research in itself tends to undergo what we call a cycle, as we develop and create evidence at the bedside and move that evidence all the way through to the public health realm, where it can become beneficial to the society at large. Ultimately, the goal for us in health research is to improve the well-being of our population. And so in the center of all of this activity is, of course, our clients and our patients. The concept of moving research into evidence so that it benefits to all is really the whole concept of what we call translational science. So public health research, which is going to be at the focus of most of my talk, really revolves around a few key attributes. The key for any research activity is knowledge creation. Having created that knowledge, it therefore then provides us with the evidence to decide what policies, services, and programs are going to be needed. Hopefully from that, and I was having a conversation with my table, the whole issue of the efficiency and the economics in terms of how it is that we deliver the model in a more efficient and cost-effective manner. Financial and governance arrangements needed to support and sustain the service, and of course, disease prevention and health promotions. Many of us in the room here would have seen some of the slides as it relates to the cervical cancer campaign that the ministry has launched. And those are important messages that we need to share with our constituents, as there's lots of data to support the efficacy of these interventions. Ultimately, Minister spoke about the fact that health is everywhere. Health is part of our national development, and clearly one of the roles that we face or have is really how it is that we help address any health inequalities that may exist. The Essential Health National Research Committee was established in order to try and ensure that there's a cohesive response, a cohesive mechanism under which to guide the research activities within the country. We have a terms of reference, we have a structure, and we have been engaged in several activities since our inception. And I'll just highlight some of these things. So the terms of reference for the Jamaica version of the Essential National Health Research Committee, we had about 15 of them. And basically, overall, our goal is to formulate and monitor the implementation of national policy on health, research for health. But an important aspect of our role as well is to advocate for the improvement of the national health through the National Health Information System, which facilitates the collection, organization, and dissemination of reliable health information. We're also responsible for, and so the Research for Wellness funding mechanism is going to be operationalized through the committee to help raise funds to monitor health research within the country, as well as to monitor and evaluate the respective programs that may be so funded. The other third major thematic area in terms of our terms of reference relates to our role in terms of training, ethics, and governance as it relates to the research ecosystem that exists in the country. So we foster best practices and enhance the standards of research and advocate that research addresses established priorities on research for health. We support the various ethical bodies within the country, so work, the advisory panel on ethics and medical legal affairs. And one of the things that we wish to do and is really to promote transparency and adherence to international standards in the conduct and reporting of health research. The third major development, or the third major attribute of our terms of reference relates to what we call management of data. Because data is really going to be your next goal. It's really your next currency. Whoever controls data, whoever has access to data, really are going to be the group or individuals that really are in control. So having appropriate data structures, data management systems, the appropriate repository and reporting is going to be a key attribute in ensuring the sustainability of your research and the fact that your research would be enabled to answer the research questions. So if you take those four thematic areas from our terms of reference, you could see, therefore, that really we could divide our activities really into these four areas. that of policy development and advocacy, funding mechanisms, monitoring and evaluation, training, ethics and governance, data repository and reporting. So after some deliberations, the committee decided that what we would do in order to enhance our activities was that we would create some subcommittees that would lead on these thematic areas. We have eventually decided to subdivide these or to condense these to 3 groups. So we have collapsed the policy development and advocacy along with the funding mechanism and monitoring and evaluation to be 1 group, and to have as separate entities the data repository, reporting, and training, ethics, and governance. So that's really our structure moving forward. So what are some of the activities that we have been involved in over the last year or so? Well, we have promoted and developed, which is being submitted to Cabinet for approval, a national policy on research for health. Many of you here have also participated in our development of our national health research agenda. Today, I will spend a few slides discussing our Research for Wellness Fund, and not for discussion today is the role and work that we have done in terms of evidence-informed policy network, just to say that Jamaica has joined this network, and we are intending to participate in this particular network moving forward. So I'm not going to be discussing that in today's discussions or talk. Now, as part of our discussions around our national policy for health, one of the major areas or sub-areas for discussion and which we had a meeting last year revolves around clinical trials. All of us here are survivors of the COVID-19 pandemic era, and one of the things that came out in that particular era is really the integral or the essential component of clinical trials in the research ecosystem. Because it was only as a result of the clinical trials that were conducted at the time that we developed the necessary therapies in terms of vaccines and therapeutics that allowed us to be able to successfully navigate that era. And so clinical trials in the medical research ecosystem is considered to be the gold standard for research evidence. We recognize that not all questions are amenable to clinical trials, but where possible, clinical trials is really, as I said, the gold standards. So we convened, and this is not only Jamaica speaking that, we're really just responding to a mandate that the World Health Organization and the World Health Assembly back in 2022 put forward, which really says that nations internationally, all the nations, really should engage in processes that strengthen their clinical trials network or capacity so that they're able to provide high-quality evidence on health interventions and to improve research quality and coordination. Remember, the definition of a clinical trial is not just pharmaceuticals, but it's really any process or intervention that you really want to prospectively compare using specific endpoints and using specific methodology. So, having said that, why the rationale that the World Health Assembly utilized to actually make that statement was that they wanted to prioritize the development and the strengthening of national clinical trial capabilities. They wanted to increase clinical trial capabilities and clinical trials policy frameworks, and to ensure that the clinical trials research priorities were based on public health needs, and really to ensure that there is some adequate funding mechanism, so to collaborate with the private sector funders and academic institutions, and to support ethics committees and regulatory authorities to enable efficient governance. So PAHO, which is the World Health Organization for our region, took this on and in 2024 launched a document called Guidance for Best Practices for Clinical Trials within the region. And again, the basis of that guidance really is that it sits on 4 main pillars. The regulatory systems are included, research ethics oversight, the infrastructure, community engagement, and to ensure that there was no specific population that was left behind, and of course, enabling national clinical research governance. So it's within that context that we had our deliberations back in March to say, how can Jamaica ensure that we are compliant with the international movement? Because the idea here is that clinical trials, as I said, is considered to be the gold standard in research methodology. At our discussions, we had a commitment to create an operational group to examine further the recommendations from PAHO with a focus on strengthening the regulatory framework so that we could be engaged in or strengthen our clinical research infrastructure. I'm just going to speak briefly in the next few minutes on our national health research priorities. So why do countries need research priorities? Essentially, they contribute to the strengthening of the health system, they guide research expenditure, they facilitate the achievement of developmental goals, and Minister Tufton spoke about the importance of health to national development. They improve health equity and outcomes, and they, importantly, promote innovation in health. The World Health Organization has given us a roadmap or a guide as to how it is that countries should proceed to develop their national health research agenda, which essentially means that in the planning phase, you need to decide what your objectives are, what your priorities are. You need to involve a wide degree of stakeholders. You need to implement, decide who needs to be involved, you need to evaluate, and of course, you need to publish. So we did just that. We followed that roadmap. We invited representatives from a wide cross-section of organizations or stakeholders in health to a series of meetings back in 23-24. And this slide just represents the groups that were involved in terms of where they were from. And we had used, what we did was to use the previous health research priorities, which numbered at about 50. And after the consultative process, this was expanded to close to about 70 or 80 or thereabout. And then we affixed certain metrics to these particular research questions, and then asked the group to actually rate or rank them. Based on specific criteria, appropriateness, relevance, chance of success, and the impact of the research outcome. Having done that, certain themes emerge as priorities over the years, and these, in no order, rank order, are listed on this slide. It's effectively about 23 themes emerged, which range from service delivery, human resource development, non-communicable diseases, mental health, and so on. The top 5 really speaks primarily to the non-communicable disease epidemic. The QR code there will give you the full listing for those of us here and online who wish to see what the full listings are. But the top 5, of which I've presented 4 on this slide, relates to the NCDs and the risk factors associated with the NCDs. So where are we now in this national health research agenda? Well, having created it, we're in the process, and we also created a monitoring and evaluation strategy, which we submitted last year to the CMO. We're now in the process of publicizing and disseminating this national health research agenda, and of course, looking at sustainable funding to ensure that individuals and researchers can actually engage with the research agenda and create research activities around that. We have received some endorsements from some of our stakeholders, Pan American Health Organization, CARPHA, MAJ, University of Technology, NCU, and NERA. So I'm going to close by briefly describing our Research for Wellness activity and our Research for Wellness fund. As Minister Tufton said this morning, the pool of funds is really about $50 million that we intend to distribute on an annual basis on the 2 tiers. Tier 1, which is $20 million maximum, and Tier 2, $5 million maximum. The funding cycle for the 5 years has been secured, so rest assured that after this one, there's going to be a call again later this year, and so on. So researchers, you can plan ahead. Although the call is phrased or framed within the context of wellness, one has to interpret this wellness within also the national health research priorities that we have created for you. So all of what we have done in terms of creating that national health research priorities can actually be reframed with a wellness theme. And the wellness here relates to locations, wellness in the workplace, schools, home, communities, and so on. We are really trying to encourage multidisciplinary activities, multidisciplinary research, and as Minister says, we really want to have further engagement with the social scientists in coming up with good and novel and innovative solutions to our health problems. The website that details all the requirements, all the criteria for the Research for Wellness Fund, you can get that by scanning that QR code. All the information there, including the submission documents, are actually online. All submissions will be done online. We will not accept any paper submissions. The basic criteria is that the principal investigator should be a Jamaican residing in Jamaica. That's the main basic criteria. But outside of that, as I said, we are encouraging multidisciplinary collaborative activities. In terms of timelines, what we would wish is that researchers would submit and respond to our call for proposals by end of March this year. We will have an adjudication period, and then by June, what we would wish to do is to identify and award the recipients for the second tranche of the Research for Wellness Fund. And that concludes my talk, and based on my watch, I have at least 2 minutes to accept questions. Are there any questions online or on the audience? Yes, I'm acknowledging Professor Marshall.
Read on the work of the NHRC. A question I had was whether or not there would be any refreshing, how frequently you're thinking about refreshing the national priorities as part of your engagement.
Right. So typically many countries have a defined periods in which they refresh it, typically within 5 years or so. Right now we're in the dissemination phase and the solicitation of endorsement phase. This basically, from our standpoint, is 2024 work. The truth be told, fortunately for the Jamaican context, as you could see, we had a wide-ranging theme, over 20-odd areas of themes. And so the anticipation is that when we come to the refreshing part of the cycle, which is probably going to start in another 2 years or so, my anticipation is that what will happen is just a change in the rankings, not necessarily new areas being added. Are there any other questions? Any questions online, Zoom team? Okay. All right. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Reed. And thank you all for joining us. We'll now break for commercials and be back. Thank you.
We were very efficient.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at the age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of love.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Good morning. Welcome back to our 16th Annual National Health Research Conference. This morning, we'll be looking at Ministry of Health Recovery Spotlight. I am Shirley Newby-Hibbert, Program Development Officer in the Emergency Disaster Management and Special Services Branch of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Please,
Allow me to introduce a most phenomenal woman, Dr. Nicole Dawkins-Wright. Dr. Nicole Dawkins-Wright is a committed health specialist and public health practitioner. She currently serves as the director of the Emergency Disaster Management and Special Services branch, of which I'm a part, as you would have known, and is the National Health Disaster Coordinator and the Climate Change Focal Point for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Dr. Dawkins-Wright has over 20 years of experience in disaster management in the health and public sectors. Additionally, she serves as an emergency physician and a certified instructor for the National Resuscitation, Emergency, and Disaster Management Training Program. She has been integral to the management of the recovery efforts following the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa that devastated western and southern parishes in 2025. She's a Caribbean Climate Change and Health Fellow. Her personal interests include family, spiritual well-being, and national development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the audience and online, help me welcome Dr. Nicole Dawkins-Wright.
Thank you, Madam Hibbert. Morning again, everyone. And so I'm going to try and deliver a few words under the title Spotlight. And that's preceding Melissa. And Melissa is nothing small. It's very broad. So I'm going to ask you to just be a little kind to me because I struggled to find a spot to light up. I really did. But I'm going to try. I decided to start at what today stands for, which is the 100th day after Melissa landed. And we like hundreds, right? Usually. 100%. Money? I think that's a billion and them kind of months. Yeah? We like hundreds. And it's a good place to kind of anchor how we're going to start. And so, just to help you, it is 4 days after one of the point at which, as a system, we should take a look at the response, the recovery program that we had for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And so I tried to spotlight it using the indicators that would have gauged how well we did in terms of the implementation of the recovery program. In the time allotted, I'm going to try and squeeze the information on the 4 broad headings just to kind of remind us of what the impact is. And to be honest, it's a little difficult to speak of the impact without my eyes getting a little wet every now and again, because it's still very vivid to me. Point on those few indicators that I'm going to share on and pull out what I think are some key lessons, because there were lots of lessons. We could have a whole session on lessons that came out of Melissa and probably where to look. I scattered this agenda with some pictures that I took offline. There were so many of them, but one thing that really stood out, if you look at any one of the pictures, they look very grim and scary. And that's what it was. It's very rare that you see an imagery of a weather system that you see a lot of red and a lot of black. And that also tells you something. So if you don't even read, you're not even speaking English, and you just look at the picture, it tells you what we're dealing with. It will go down in the history books. Hurricane Melissa. It was unprecedented in any way, shape, or form. Many of the metrics to measure the system were exceeded. And it was only comparable to 2 other weather systems globally in recorded history. Remember how tiny we are. and we got it. It's the first Category 5 hurricane that hit Jamaica, another record. We have a number for the winds, but the truth is we only have that number because we couldn't measure anymore. The amount of precipitation, water that fell, also couldn't be measured anymore, so it's way more than the figure. And the surges, if you speak to anyone that was on the coastline, they were terrifying in terms of the amount of water that came on land. And that's on impact day. Recall, the system started 5 days earlier, which was also an anomaly in terms of systems. So it's not just the passage of the hurricane when it reached Category 5. We had 5 days of heavy rains that was also abnormal. So even if you didn't get the winds and the surges, you got the floods. So when we see a picture of what happened to Jamaica with Melissa, we tend to look on the western part of Jamaica. But the truth is, all of Jamaica got something. And we must never forget that. And so as we zoom in, we tend to talk about those 5 high-impact parishes. But just remember, that's not all. When it hit, for probably one of the first times we can actually say that one of our health facilities was completely destroyed. We've had systems which damaged major parts and rendered several facilities non-functional. But completely damaged was not in our vocab before for health facilities. And the statistics, it is actually quite surprising if you discuss amongst the SAVSTA practitioners that a system of this magnitude claimed the lives in double digits. That's actually remarkable. And it speaks volumes to our system. As bad as it was, those numbers are actually one of the first times in a long time for Jamaica that we're seeing double digit. So it's low on a general comparative scale in terms of the system, but for Jamaica, it is clear we are in a different time of existence, just by virtue of what happened. We stood up, but it still gave us a lot of persons who we will not see again. And there were several other impacts related to that. We're not talking about the household, the buildings. We're focusing on health. The number that comes to mind is 124. But that can vary depending on who you talk to. But use that number for now, which is about a third of our facilities. And when we talk about the people, and if we talk about the public system, because that's what I'm speaking to, I have not much data on private sector, unfortunately, but hopefully, if I get another opportunity to speak, we'll have some more on what happened with the private sector. So in terms of the public sector, it's a third of our facilities and almost half of our workforce that was impacted. We need people, we need building, and we need systems for us to continue to deliver service. So we speak about restoration. A third is gone. Half of our people is probably not as functional. And then we have some other structures that are compromised. One of the things that came out of the conversations is that power, the supply of electricity, has elevated in such a way because without power, it's almost impossible to do everything else. So whilst we can probably manage with some of the other service lines, power seemed to be and has taken a different level of importance in terms of what we need to focus on as practitioners. Some of the stats, I'm sorry this screen is cutting off there. The 45 deaths initially, fortunately, at our assessment time, or spotlight time, which is January 31st, that number hasn't changed, but the official figures may change come next year, thereabout, when the final figures are put in the official documentary, because we still have 32 persons under investigation and 13 persons who have not yet accounted for. As is typical, when there's a public health fall from any incident, it's the last one to start to settle. So whilst we had a number for everybody else is going down, at 100 days post, our numbers were higher than the first number statistic that we had, even though we're doing better. So we're at 158 in terms of leptospirosis cases. The numbers for displaced households haven't changed, fortunately. Power is coming back nicely. We're down to single digits. And therefore, it also means that water and almost everything else in terms of structures are also coming back up. Road networks are problematic, but they're better because they've cleared. But we're struggling with waste management, and so we have to contend with that. Several of our healthcare workers have still not yet come back to full functionality, even though they may be present. And so where we're standing now, using data submitted from our officers in the regional health authorities and reporting in, is that as of today, if we were to use numbers and metrics, hospital bed capacity in high-impact areas in the 5 high-impact parishes is at 58% in terms of what we are functioning with in those areas. The number of operable primary care facilities, infrastructure, accounts for 65%. Of course, the number is different if you do the national picture. But remember, access to care is trying to get our service provided to persons as close as they are. Many of persons are having challenges moving around, even to come outside of their locale, because the local roads are still having challenges. And so this number, as much as it speaks by itself, we're not speaking about the road networks, but it's probably even less, because the matter of access for people coming to the facilities is still a challenge. And so we supplement this with our mobile teams, as we would have mentioned before, in terms of, for example, our primary care services. But that still is limited in terms of how many people are available to be deployed and how many vehicles we have as assets in our system to move people around. If we look in the southern region, with Black River Hospital, which was the completely devastated. It's operating now because the field hospital that was supporting in the acute phase is now the hospital. That holds 35 beds, if you can call it fully functional 35 beds based on the structure. But there's still a challenge with the reliability in terms of power and water. And so therefore we can't even operate those 35 beds at full, because we have to match the supply of power. Falmouth is still functioning. Dr. Johnson-Campbell, I hope I'm not misrepresenting, 45%. SAV, the number reported is 100% in terms of capacity. Noel Home Hospital, 60%. Cornell Regional, I think most persons know by now that we are speaking of 60%, but it was already stretched from before. And the primary care facilities in both southern region and western region, as mentioned, still remains at 65% between the first check at day 40 and today at day 100. I want to paint a very grim picture on a spotlight area in terms of when we say we're preparing and bracing for a storm. We usually send home as many persons as we can, and so who remains in hospitals are people who can't go home. On D-Day, Black River had relocated their patients to a higher ground, which is usually better able to stand up to the storms. But the storm surges were so high, it took off the roof, and so we had a small team on compound who shifted the 71 patients that were in hospital at the time to somewhere else where water was still hitting on, but just to brace for the hours that the storm was passing. And then afterwards, we heard nothing for a while, and then we had to get some word in to find out what's going on. Forgive me for this part, because this was one of those times when I stood motionless, not knowing, not hearing in St. Elizabeth, not hearing in Trelawney, because everything went dark. We couldn't hear a sound. And so I stayed up for as much as I could, and I said to JDF, I don't care what you're going to do, but I physically need to get down there to see. And so we went out there and we found huddling our beautiful healthcare workers with their patients. Compromised albeit, but they stood with their patients. And I'm going to pause and ask you to just give an acknowledgement to the people in those facilities. Despite the impact, we lost not one of those patients. That is also remarkable. When we went to do that initial reconnaissance to determine what we're going to do now, one first, Black River, and then the next, the other two facilities that were of concern, Falmouth and Noel Homes, because they were both inundated. And so we engaged with the JDF, but there were several other things that were going on. And so we had another dilemma on hand. How do we lift out 71 patients to another facility? 71, not one, 71. That by itself was a whole logistic without communication. Remember, we're dealing without communication. We haven't spoken about communication in terms of utilities. I can't speak to it in terms of numbers. It's doing much better now. But when you are on the front line, you can't see and you can't hear. Here now you go, the inside of you tells you what to do, and you're going autopilot. You go and you deal with what's in front of you. We're moving, and we're moving what's going next. So it took 24 hours for the first 10 patients to be airlifted, and then we did by ground. Southern Region team again, I don't know how they did it, but I can share a bit of it. The team left from Mandeville, decided that we're going in convoy to go and rescue the others. With escort, of course, no road, no communication. At some point, we made some connection. Thank God for the citizenry in Jamaica. We had some contact. It's important for us to know our neighbors. It's important for us to reach out. So as part of our preparation, not only do we have some contact information for persons whose duty it is to be first responders, but we also keep a list of contacts of private citizens, just in case. This was one of those just-in-case moments. Because the only way we managed to make contact with a citizen in both locales was through Starlink connections that they had. And so we made a call, and you know Jamaican good. The roads that we had our responders to clear, those couldn't be done. You know who find them? Guess. The farmers who know the back road and the farm road, and they walk with their machete and their flashlight, and they cut through the road. And we had our officers stay in location. I don't know how I pin a location. I learned about pinning it on the phone that night. I kid you not, because it's not something I'm very good at. My daughter says I'm a tech immigrant because I'm not very comfortable with devices. Right? So I learned that, because that's how we had to locate the other person, geolocate. And so we could direct the person who is rescuing them to go find them and meet them, identify, and then locate them, and then pilot them into the location. That's how we got the rest out. So that's the other set. So again, the importance, so you're hearing three things. The need for maintaining connections. It's not just our devices. Walk, foot, and talk. Sometimes it's the best bet, because that won't fail. But we must maintain relationships outside of devices as well, because they will fail. And in crisis, that's what we have to depend on. We must network. We must have redundancies. And we must use our partners in community. But it underscored one important point, another important point. Community capacity, local level capacity, is what is going to optimize our outcome. So as good as any preparation can be on one side, it's the local level capacity that's going to be able to respond, because nothing can get in and nothing can get out in those first phases when lives matter. The estimate so far, just to share, we're talking about numbers, 100, Prof, but it's 3.5, sound like a big number when we put a B beside it. And that's one of the facilities to reconstruct. And it's just to kind of gauge. It's easy. People understand dollars and cents, so they try to put a monetary value on some of these, the impact. We would have had support from the UN ECLAC system to conduct a damage and loss assessment for key sectors, including health. And so the translation is as much as possible to put it in dollars and cents. So services lost is quantified in terms of dollars and cents as well. And so health is a little bit more difficult to quantify, but one of them is easy, is infrastructure, because that's straightforward. We had underscore, again, not just the local partners, because globally people were watching, and one of the teams that were watching was Samaritan's Purse. Samaritan's Purse watched the system from before, and they strategically, they're very good. Just in case you're not inclined with just, clinical work, if you're straight techie as well, they watched that system very close and knew that Jamaica was going to be impacted by Melissa. And so they actually arrived here before and positioned and knowing that that's where they were going to go. So they had actually done an aerial. So they were here in 24 hours, also on site. And so not surprisingly, they were the first ones to have support to assist with the facility out. They also would have moved into the other parishes that didn't pick up with mobile teams. And so just to measure, again, just to give a spotlight on where we are, that structure is a 35-bed facility. They had 2 phases in terms of stand-up, and that structure has been handed over to the government of Jamaica Ministry of Health and Wellness as one of our assets now, and that is the function, that is the structure that has now been set up on the grounds that you see in picture as to the Black River Hospital that's now functioning. So if we were to report on that spotlight as to how we're doing as a recovery, there are a lot of facilities. We know for the most part on the eastern side of the country, including into Northeast, most facilities are, though impacted, or able to provide some restoration of services. We will probably go another 9 to 12 months before we can increase the numbers in southern region and western region. And so the number that we have right now is that we are providing service to everybody. All communities are being served, but we're doing it with 90% of the facilities that we originally had until we can manage to bring back the others. And so I now introduce you, if you have not already heard, of the program that we're working with that has been approved by Cabinet and the Spotlight. In terms, it's called the Hurricane Melissa Relief and Rehabilitation Program. And again, that is also phenomenal for Jamaica because when the international teams came in terms of us being able to present that we have a framework in terms of our restoration and recovery efforts, we were far advanced in terms of having a guidance, and that helps in terms of mobilization of resources. So we have our local structures in place for funding and our international partners. And just so you know, there's 3 phases, as a reminder, because I know it's in public space for everybody to be aware as to how we're recovering the health system. Phase 1 was completed on January 31st, and the second phase is a 12-month phase, which is to try and do some more short-term work. We call it a rehabilitation phase, that will end in December of this year, and then the third phase, which is the more building of resilience, that will go on. If you may be familiar with it, what we would have been introduced to us in the health system, the concept of the PAHO SMART concept, which is the health system infrastructure strengthening and resiliency standard that Jamaica has adopted and that we're moving forward with. And so phase 3 will be the basis on which we implement that program going forward. There are 9 indicators in that phase 1 in terms of how we're doing. And unfortunately, we're not doing as well as we would have liked because we do have some reds in terms of not being achieved. So among them was whether or not we can bring back our patient services. So at day 100, our check-in says that we've achieved 4 out of the 9 that we set out to do. But it may be better because some of it is related to the fact that we're having some data challenges in terms of reporting, because a key aspect of one of the things that we recognize, and again, kudos to the team to prioritize mental health and psychosocial support program, not just for victims, but also for our healthcare workers. That is being implemented. And so for the first time, we actually have a metric that we're using to monitor the efficacy of mental health and psychosocial support in emergency and disaster situation. As we talk about the research agenda, I do hope it features very prominently in the priority areas. Because this is one of those areas that is gaining a lot of traction, and it's a lot of experiential information that's informing some of the recommendations. We have some guidance from UNICEF and several others or entities in terms of what it can be, but it must be tailored to our system. But there are some metrics that we need to contextualize for Jamaica, and we don't have a very good baseline to inform that. And so we're using proxies in terms of the efficacy of the program, despite how significant it is. The other area, which is not too surprising, and this is probably not really in the red. I think I saw Dr. Spence come in. She can probably say in terms of our environmental measures, and the two that we're tracking is the Bretu index in terms of mosquito breeding sites, which has been trending down, but the last figure was in December. We haven't completed for January as yet, so I'm almost sure, Dr. Spence, where is she? that we're probably below the 25 just now, which was our target. In terms of, again, the other areas that we have checked is the resumption of elective surgery. Although we have ticked it, the marker was resumption, but we do know that it is a curtailed program because the full extent of capacity is not within the facilities, and so we still have some work to do. But nonetheless, some is being done, and so it will signal that we need that we have made some progress, but there certainly is a lot more. And so at this point, the question then to be answered is, why should we be spotlighting Melissa in this forum? Why should we be spotlighting Melissa? And the truth is, what we know to be our reality is no longer our reality. And we now need to review and revise our baseline information for pretty much everything. Last time we spoke in general about climate change as a concept, and that we need to revisit some of those standards and information that we have. What Melissa said is that we don't have much time because it's here. And this is now the conversation that this is probably our new norm. Burial was just a year ago, and it wasn't. It was pretty devastating. We didn't speak much about burial because we thought we would have had a little bit more time to recover. And Melissa is right on the heels. And we're being warned that this may not necessarily be the exception. And so we now need to think of other ways to expedite what scientifically can guide our recovery process. Hence the reason for the spotlight. Am I going the wrong direction? Two other areas we want to highlight, which is in the program, has to do with the water and sanitation considerations. Again, because of the fallout and with the NWC still indicating that we have some of our water facilities that are inoperable and therefore still may give rise to problems and render the public health fallout to be more significant. And so we have to watch that. That remains to be done. This you see very regularly. We get updates in terms of the leptospirosis outbreak. I don't know if Dr. Webster Carr had agreed that we would have curtailed the outbreak within 45 days. But that was the standard that we were using. We're a little past the 45 days, and we can't quite declare it over just yet. But we know how public health is, so that's another one that we need to work with. It was declared in November, as you recall, and we had a pretty intensified program that is still ongoing, hopefully to mitigate. And by the time Dr. Webster Carr cools down next week and team, we've gone another week or two, right? Because there's still a lot of scare. We get a lot of queries from our international community, because still some persons don't have a perception as to what it means. And so at checkpoint, this is what our curve looked like. Our outbreak is not yet declared over, but one thing stood out and has been recognized and is garnered a lot of attention is what happens in terms of what manifests in terms of the strength of our surveillance system, because it featured very prominently yet again. And so kudos again to the teams at all levels to render that system robust and standing up despite the challenges that we had. So these are the statistics for the leptospirosis, which is the one that we speak to. I mentioned the matter of mental health and psychosocial support, largely because, again, this is one of those that we're building out, and we're looking to see that there is a structure that we can have. It's very process indicators at this time, but we are not able to quantify and identify if all persons who are on our register are back in system, back on the program as yet. So in terms of reporting, we're not able to convincingly say that that is so, but we anticipate that most would be. But there's a concern that there's a lot more persons in homes that are not getting attention. I believe I just want to highlight one more thing. I don't know if Ms. Mullins is standing up to tell me to wrap now. Is this pretty picture with the many organizations that supported us, and we have to say thank you to not just us here in Jamaica, the diaspora, but the many organizations who showed tremendous support, and we go on record to say thank you. Very few waited to be asked. They were here. We had some issues managing them, but it was a lot, and we activated the cluster mechanism for the first time in Jamaica to help to manage that, which was actually quite commendable for us. We mobilized 11 national, international teams in country, and we managed them very effectively, which helped significantly. And the highlight, another point, is the matter of the facilities that were retrofitted to those standards. There was this lovely picture of the area on the west, and the country looked like burning, and the health facilities stood up around all the other facilities that were flattened, but the ones that were retrofitted withstood the forces, as it did in Beryl and again in Melissa. And so there were some key lessons that we're taking in terms of the value of retrofitting rather than new builds for resilience, the appreciation in terms of pivoting our primary care services to render them mobile so that access, in keeping with the theme, is one of the things that we managed to preserve. Coordination capabilities and the recognition of areas of strengthening in terms of the partnerships and the need for the SOPs. We do know that there's a challenge with communication. We've not adequately addressed the matter of waste management. The data inconsistencies is still a challenge, and there's a conversation around the process for the health considerations for persons that remain in shelters to date. There's no mention on the matter of education and health because we were not measuring that, but we do know that's something that we need to look at. And so we now need to bridge so that we can maintain resiliency in the system. And just to point you in terms of the different areas of focus from henceforth going forward in terms of recovery, this is where we are. And you are all part of this recovery and rehabilitation program. And as mentioned by Minister earlier, data is one of the things to drive prioritization processes for how resources are allocated. I think that's the last slide for me. There are still some persistent challenges, but the one key takeaway is we are there, and we now need to think differently in terms of what evidence we need to inform health system resilience in order to ensure that we provide services for all. Thank you. I tend not to invite questions, but feel free to ask. There's a mic on your table. I think the persons on the platform might not be able to hear.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
Yep. Much better.
Thank you so much. I want to really appreciate the efforts to make this presentation a spotlight even at this time. It is highly appreciated. I have been giving you so much clap online and all the hats and everything. I really must say that the healthcare workers and the farmers, the Jamaicans, they did excellently well. So we must give ourselves a round of applause. Clap for yourselves, you know. When I'm in a class, I tell my students, clap for yourself and clap for your teacher. So you clap for the presenter. Can we clap for her again in the room? Thank you.
Thank you.
There is something that came to mind, even through the process while we've been walking through Melissa and several other things. There are areas that still are not reached right now. Even though months are past, let's say 100 days, there are areas that are still not touched. I saw a lady online in the news. I'm sure most of us would have seen her, 73-year-old senior citizen. She's still under the tarpaulin, the house, the same structure. So I'm wondering, how do we reach such people? Because it's Jamaica. I think Jamaica is not too big that we can't reach. The first thing that came to mind, presenter, is when the hurricane happened and they were wondering how to reach all the people. I know that each community, let me use the word, community have representative. That is, they have MP or councillor, and you know, I was thinking that if all of those persons come together and you give them what is needed to go to their various communities, we would have been able to reach the people on time, effectively, simultaneously. Because many are still left untouched. Many people have still not gotten anything. And many families who live in Kingston have to go right into the various areas to seek for their relatives. Some brought them to Kingston, some are still there, you know, nearby. So those persons, how do we reach them and reach them good? Because time is running out on those ones. Then the next thing I also want to state that the healthcare workers did so well. It is commendable. So do we think as a nation to pay our healthcare workers, the doctors and the nurses and all of those persons that were there serving? Can we pay them better so that they can be comfortable, so that they can do their work very well, because they are giving beyond. No, listen, they are giving beyond what is necessary. I'm not a stranger. I've been here 25 years in Jamaica. So I know what I'm talking about. We need to pay the healthcare worker very well. Put it in the news. We need to pay them very well. Thank you.
I'm so glad that wasn't a question. But point well taken. And just in terms of persons who, there are two issues. Persons who are, when I use the term, kind of shut in at the time. Some persons do not want to leave their location. And the responders are aware of them. And we're working with the JDF and the couple other responders for areas for which roadworks is a challenge. They have done things like airdrops with supplies in terms of food, etc. We've put medical teams who have been dropped in to assess persons who are locked in and can't come out. And even at the parish level, the teams, they pretty much know a lot of persons who may need special attention and go into those homes. I do agree that there may be for some persons who may not be identified, but that program is still ongoing in terms of continuing to pretty much search and identify. I think it doesn't fall necessarily in our remit, but generally speaking, the public health team know members in their community and they reach out to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security and the local team to get them on the register in order so that they can become beneficiaries. I will not speak to the salary issue. That's not my unit. But I do agree that, it's interesting. One of the things that we spoke about is, as carers, we almost can never be paid for what we do, because most will do it even if we don't get the pay. And certainly in response mode, even if they didn't get paid, they were going to go anyway. And you're right, we're not paid enough, but I don't know how that will change anytime soon. And when we can lobby, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dawkins. Right, a very impressive presentation. A lot of work has happened. Thinking about if there are any things that you could see which could help to make the response easier. I know from the experience we had with COVID, there was a lot of issues around how we locate persons and even how we can identify persons who may be part of a primary care clinic, or to account for them, to even improve our ability to access them, for instance, with mobile pharmacies and so on in a more systematic way. And I was wondering whether any thought was being given to issues around registration, that we can account for people quickly. I know people have not been very accommodating for NIDS, but I think this is something that could be quite helpful, or even a sort of resilient electronic system that would allow you to pick up, locate, identify, make contact, and understand what is happening to people when there's a crisis such as this.
Thank you very much for that. And it is an opportunity to kind of just actually affirm that this is an opportunity that has presented to further expand the identification and registration of persons on the system, and they are in fact being captured. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security would have just pre-Melissa, rolled out their digital system that they're currently utilizing to support, and they are in fact expanding that, and as persons are identified, they're adding on to that. I don't want to speak too much, I don't really say needs anymore, but there are other program, and it is in fact being utilized. And for persons who are, certainly the public health team, as part of the response, we would have had our field operations and engaged with the local team, and we crafted the different parishes, design what is most appropriate for their locale in terms of being mobile, and so we had mobile pharmacy services, multidisciplinary teams that were moving out to get closer to persons where they are as much, and as they are identified, they are in fact logged. And for persons who are known with, for example, our NCDs, etc., they will in fact go, certainly in the acute phase, to find and verify some persons. I think that's some of the challenges we have with some of the mental health persons. Those were a little harder to find. The staffing complement is small, and so the aggressiveness sometimes is limited by the extent of the workforce. But the measure is there, the model is there, and it's a matter of scaling up that model.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Dawkins-Wright. And yes, we share some of the sentiments and the experiences that you have. I just wanted to make 2 comments and ask you to speak about the mental health psychosocial component, which has been highlighted a lot, and how it is as healthcare workers we are moving forward post Melissa. And the other comment, and I have seen some things in the chat too, just to say that when we say healthcare workers, sometimes we say healthcare workers, doctors and nurses, and we fail to acknowledge and recognize the tremendous effort for all healthcare workers, administrative, maintenance, housekeeping, portering, security, all the clinical aspects. And I know some people feel left out when you don't single them out, but so we can say healthcare workers, all healthcare workers, without singling out anybody. Thank you.
Point well taken. And in the staff welfare program, that is part of it. It was very, very actually emphasized that we should probably, as long as you're employed, to health. And there was almost a deliberate attempt not to categorize by professional grouping as well, especially to try and mitigate against bias in terms of persons' perception. And so you're quite correct. And as a matter of fact, in the guidance from UNICEF and the other support in terms of caring for our carers, there's that very distinction, and the terminology is actually one of those things that's been discussed. It came out during COVID, and it came out again in terms of how we refer to all carers, employed and otherwise, because not all carers are employed. And so, point well taken and duly noted. The mental health, it has been a challenging one. I know you appreciate that. But the progress has been made in terms of structuring the mental health and psychosocial program, albeit much slower than we would have preferred. There is a review, if I'm not mistaken, to be done next month, specifically on that. We had a very specific conversation around the monitoring or the tool to guide the mental health and psychosocial program for Melissa. Again, not tailoring it to separating health workers and victims or clients as well. So there's a separate program. And like I said, sadly, it's not as refined as we would like it to be. And it's one of those things that we recognize as something that we have to focus on going forward. So there is an action plan. I see Ms. Mullings telling me to shut up now. There's an action plan that is still being refined, and I believe it will come to us for the next financial year. And there's a direct engagement with our medical officers of health in terms of an initial intervention that we want to be guided and have some consultations around it. Full stop, Ms. Mullings.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very stimulating morning. So I thank you for joining us. We'll have a short break before our next scientific session, where we'll have some commercials.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my home. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. Polymyelitis, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis, to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are the safest, most cost-effective health measure, saving over 2 million lives a year.
Every year, over 1 million children die from measles, meningitis, and pneumonia.
Jamaica has had its own immunization program for a number of years, and because of that, our children have been living longer and healthier.
I'm a mother, and all 4 of my children are fully vaccinated.
It is our responsibility to ensure that every child is fully vaccinated.
Today, only 2 countries have wild polio.
If our children are not fully vaccinated, polio can come back.
Vaccination is a gift of luck.
Do your part.
Get vaccinated!
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter
Good afternoon, colleagues and distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us for the scientific session number 1 on non-communicable diseases, and a very warm welcome to this first session featuring our abstract research presenters at the annual National Health Research Conference. I am Dr. Simone Spence, the Director of the Health Promotion and Protection Branch at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and it is certainly my pleasure to serve as moderator for this session. NCDs remain a major driver of morbidity and mortality in Jamaica and across the region. This session seeks to highlight the importance of locally generated evidence in shaping policy, strengthening clinical practice, and informing prevention strategies. The presentations this afternoon speak directly to chronic disease risk, health outcomes in vulnerable populations, and the influence of social and biological determinants on health. We will have 4 research presentations in this session. The format will be as follows. Presentations 1 and 2 will be delivered back-to-back, followed by a question and answer segment. We will then proceed with presentations 3 and 4, followed by a second question and answer segment. I will now introduce our first 2 presenters and their research topics. Presentation 1. Our first presenter is Dr. Keisha Gay Alexander Gabidon, a medical doctor at the Sickle Cell Unit, where she has provided over a decade of dedicated service to individuals living with sickle cell disease. She is an early career researcher with peer-reviewed publications and currently serves on the National Health Fund's panel of expert physicians. Dr. Alexander Gabidon will present on examining the socio-demographic correlates of self-reported sickle cell status and risk perception in Jamaicans. This presentation explores how socio-demographic factors shape individuals' awareness of their sickle cell status and perceptions of risk, an important consideration for targeted screening, counseling, and prevention strategies. Presentation 2 will be done by Dr. Sanjay Ann Dean, a pediatrician at the St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital who is deeply committed to improving pediatric health outcomes and supporting children to achieve their fullest potential. Dr. Dean will present on a review of the pattern of disease manifestations, disease activity, and outcomes in pediatric systemic lupus erythematosus at a pediatric referral center in Jamaica. Her presentation provides important insights into the clinical patterns and outcomes of pediatric lupus in Jamaica, with implications for early diagnosis, management protocols, and long-term care. Please make our presenters feel welcome.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Keisha Gay Alexander Gabidon, and I'm a recent epidemiology graduate. I'm honored to present my research entitled Examining the Sociodemographic Correlates of Self-Reported Sickle Cell Status and Risk Perception in Jamaicans. Now, sickle cell disease refers to a group of inherited blood disorders characterized by the predominance of the sickle hemoglobin gene. This abnormal hemoglobin leads to a distortion of the red cells into a sickle shape, as seen in the visual. This results in a myriad of health complications, contributing significantly to the mortality, morbidity, and disability these persons are afflicted with. Sickle cell trait refers to the carrier state of sickle cell disease, where there is a hemoglobin A present, which is normal hemoglobin, along with the sickle gene. This pedigree chart demonstrates the autosomal recessive pattern inheritance of sickle cell disease. When you have 2 persons with a sickle cell trait, there is a 1 in 4 chance of having a person with sickle cell disease. Importantly for the sickle cell trait, most persons remain asymptomatic and are just a carrier of the gene. Sickle cell disease is the most common hereditary blood disorder worldwide, with the highest incidence in sub-Saharan Africa, followed by the Caribbean region. 10% of Jamaicans have the sickle cell trait, and an additional 5% have other abnormal variants like C and thalassemia traits. Sickle cell disease accounts for 1 in 153 live births, making this a significant public health issue. I want to highlight the importance of sickle cell screening in Jamaica. Jamaica was actually the first country where a national sickle cell screening program was established through the Jamaican cohort study by the late Graham Sargent. It started in 1973, where 100,000 babies were screened at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. It then expanded in 1995 and became universal to all hospitals in 2006. Its impact has been great in that early diagnosis of sickle cell disease through this screening has reduced childhood mortality and morbidity. It's also improved somewhat sickle cell status awareness, which has helped to inform health decisions and family planning in the future. But there are gaps in research. There's limited local data in terms of self-reported sickle cell status. Most of them had highlighted genetic and clinical aspects, with only a few studies talking about the socio-demographic factors. For the purposes of this study, risk perception was defined as an individual's perceived risk of their likelihood of having an offspring with sickle cell disease. Therefore, the objectives of this study were to explore the relationship between self-reported sickle status, risk perception, and socio-demographic factors. We were also able to assess agreement and validity of self-reported status against diagnostic testing that were performed on a subset of the individuals. We were able to also identify predictors of accurate self-reporting. The study design was a cross-sectional one, using data from the JHLS3. This was a secondary data analysis of a nationally representative sample employing a multi-stage sampling approach. There were 2,807 Jamaicans aged 15 years or older, and a subset of the participants underwent sickle cell testing. The requisite ethical approvals were sought. The exposure variables for this study included demographic factors such as age and sex, as well as socioeconomic factors such as employment, income, and educational level. Our main outcome variables was self-reported sickle cell status, self-reported risk perception, the diagnostic testing results achieved, as well as a binary variable was created for accurate self-reporting. In terms of the methodology, we employed a 95% confidence interval, statistical significance with a p-value of less than 0.5, and missing data was less than 5%. Consequently, we conducted data analysis on the, my apologies, we completed data analysis on the complete data. We used weighted proportions and means for socio-demographic factors by sex, and we were able to get weighted and unweighted genotype prevalence. For the bivariate associations, we used survey-weighted cross-tabulations for factors associated with self-reported status and the outcome variables. We also used weighted logistic regression. In the multivariate analysis, we employed survey-weighted logistic regression, and variables were selected by a stepwise fashion with a cutoff p-value of 0.2. We also assessed model adequacy with goodness for fit tests. We did agreement and validity between the self-reports and the diagnostic tests. Cohen's kappa was used for agreement, and concurrent validity measures included sensitivity and specificity. So in terms of our results, 2,806 participants were analyzed, and this represented just about 2 million Jamaicans. Of that, 48.7% were males and 51.3% were females. The mean age for females were 39.8 and 39.3 for males, with no statistical difference between the mean ages. The prevalence is described in this table. These were from the sickle cell diagnostic test results on patients. As you can see, sickle cell trait, the survey-weighted percentages are highlighted in brackets. So 10.9% of the persons had sickle cell trait, which was in keeping with previous prevalence studies. 0.7% had sickle cell disease, and the majority of patients had normal hemoglobin. For persons who reported self-reported sickle cell trait, sex, education, and employment were significantly associated, with females more likely to self-report sickle cell trait, and persons with post-secondary education more likely to self-report. For persons who self-reported sickle cell disease, significant associations were higher in urban participants as well as in the middle-income group. Only 4.5% of participants perceived themselves at risk of having an offspring with sickle cell disease. This was significantly associated with age, crowding index, sex, and income. Persons who were older were less likely to perceive risk, while females were more likely to perceive risk compared to males. There were no significant associations for the other sociodemographic factors. For the bivariate analysis for accurate self-reporting, only 37.7% of persons correctly self-reported their sickle cell status. Persons of an older age were more likely to report accurately with an odds ratio of 1.01. Interestingly, secondary education was less likely to accurately self-report. This coefficient plot shows the final predictors in our final model for accurate self-reporting. Significant factors were age, urban residence, and employment, with persons who were older, urban residents, more likely to accurately self-report. Retired individuals were less likely to accurately self-report than employed ones. There is generally poor agreement in this study, with a kappa of 0.26 and 0.14 for the self-reports and perceived risk, respectively. For my final table for the concurrent validity studies, we performed this based on the self-reports versus the gold standard sickle cell lab test. There was high specificity for both self-reports, suggesting that persons who reported a negative status were likely to be accurate. The sensitivity was moderately high in persons who self-reported sickle cell disease, meaning that it was more likely that those persons over-reported sickle cell disease. In contrast, persons who self-reported sickle cell trait had a low sensitivity, meaning that they were likely under-reporting. So based on this, you can see that there are clear sociodemographic disparities. And so our policy recommendations include screening beyond newborns, including adults, strengthening health education to improve understanding sickle cell disease versus sickle cell trait, tailor genetic counseling to inform health and reproductive decisions, targeting younger individuals and males to increase risk perception and awareness, and addressing rural healthcare disparities. So in conclusion, if we tackle these sociodemographic gaps, we can reduce Jamaica's sickle cell burden through greater awareness and early detection. In addition, poor self-reporting accuracy highlights the need for enhanced diagnostic, educational, and screening efforts. I'd like to acknowledge my supervisors for this research project, Professor Monica Aznani and Dr. Younger Coleman, as well as my co-authors, Professor Knight Madden, Drs. McFarlane, Cunningham Mary, and Davidson. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sanjay Andeen, and it's my honor today to present my research. Our topic is a review of the pattern of disease manifestations, disease activity, and outcome in pediatric systemic lupus erythematosus at a pediatric referral center in Jamaica. And my co-authors are Dr. Sandrika Young-Perrett and P.C.K. Scott Brown. So looking at our background, SLE is an autoimmune condition, and it's characterized by multi-system inflammation, which may follow a relapsing and remitting course and may progress to irreversible organ damage. Now, looking at the literature, we were able to find research from all of these areas highlighted in red. But if you look a little closer at the Caribbean, there's nothing from the English-speaking Caribbean, and there's no reported data from Jamaica. So our aim was to describe the presentation of pediatric systemic lupus erythematosus and document the disease severity and outcomes at 1 year post-diagnosis. And our specific objective was to document the presentation, looking at clinical and laboratory features of patients with pediatric SLE between January 1, 2013 and December 31st, 2022. So we wanted to document the SLEDI-2K scores at diagnosis, document the SLEDI-2K and the SLIC ACR-DI scores at outcomes at 1 year post-diagnosis. So I've introduced two scores most of us may not be familiar with. So the SLEDI-2K score stands for the Systemic Lupus Erythematosus Disease Activity Index, which is a weighted standardized score that is used to assess the activity of the disease over the preceding 30 days, and we can classify as no disease activity, varying up to very high disease activity. The SLIC ACR stands for Systemic Lupus International Collaborating Clinic, American College of Rheumatology Damage Index, which looks at end organ damage, which may be related to the disease itself or the treatment, and a score of 1 or greater indicates organ damage. So this was a retrospective cohort done at a single center, the Bustamante Hospital for Children, and we've already outlined our study period. Because systemic lupus erythematosus is a rare disease and more rare in children with an incidence of 0.3 per 100,000, we would expect over that period a total of about 14 patients diagnosed during that time, and so what we did was a total enrollment. We looked at patients admitted to the Bustamante Hospital, attended the nephrology clinic and the rheumatology clinic throughout that time to find our participants. We used a digital data extraction sheet, and we did our analysis with the SPSS suite of software. And of course, we got our ethical approval from the MONA Research Ethics Committee, as well as the Southeast Regional Health Authority. So we had a total of 11 participants, and we had 10 females and 1 male. Our participants range in age from 6.8 to 11.6, with a mean of 10 years old. When we looked at the clinical features at presentation and diagnosis, orange indicates presentation, and we found that fever, lymphadenopathy, anorexia, and weight loss were the most common findings at presentation. However, by the time our patients were diagnosed, there were 3 areas that we noted an increase in prevalence. So there was increase in pericarditis between their initial presentation and diagnosis from 36.4 to 72.7%, an increase in significant proteinuria from 45.5 to 54.5% of the cohort, and pleuritis from 9.1 to 27.3%. All others remained the same. And we looked at our laboratory features. All of our participants had a positive ANA at 100%. Of those who were able to have the anti-Smith antibody done, which was a total of 3, all were positive. Those who had qualitative anti-dsDNA done, which was 10 of the 11, and so those were all positive at 90.9%. And anemia was another common feature in our population. We had 5 patients who had lupus nephritis who had biopsies done, and 2 of our patients had class 2 nephritis, 1 had class 3 nephritis, and 2 had class 4 nephritis. And we looked at our SLEDI-2K scores, which tells us about the activity of the disease. Our scores range from 6 to 42 with a mean of 17.55. And majority of our patients had high or very high disease activity at diagnosis. At 1 year post-diagnosis, we had went from 11 patients to 7 patients. We had 1 patient who demised, and we had some other patients who were lost to follow-up. Our mean score at a year post-diagnosis improved from 17.55 to 4.71, and we're now seeing that majority of our patients had no or low disease activity by a year of treatment. So this image stratifies our SLEDI-2K scores on the basis of major organ involvement, and by major organ involvement we mean those who had neuropsychiatric or CNS lupus, or those who had lupus nephritis or renal lupus. For the entire group, the mean score was 17.55, and we noted higher scores in those who had major organ involvement, 42 for lupus nephritis and 20.4 for lupus nephritis. And this was statistically significant with a p of less than 0.05. We had 3 patients who had end organ damage, and the areas of damage were cardiovascular, renal, and CNS. So looking at our cohort, we had a male to female ratio of 1 to 10, and this varies from what is reported in the literature, where in younger populations, the ratios are usually between 1 in 2 to 1 to 4.5. Looking at our clinical features, we had a high prevalence of constitutional symptoms not seen in the literature. The most common features in the literature are musculoskeletal manifestations and malar rash, which affected a very small portion of our population at 18.2%. Those who had lupus nephritis and had renal biopsy, class 2 and 4 nephritis were most common, and from the literature, class 4 nephritis is typically most common. We had a majority of our patients having high or very high SLEDAI scores at diagnosis, and by a year post-diagnosis, these patients had improvement in their scores to 4.7. And when we look at the literature, our scores were in keeping with what is documented for diagnosis and at 1 year. End organ damage affected 42.9% of our cohorts at 1 year of diagnosis, which is higher than what's reported in the literature, which usually ranges between 30 to 34%. And the areas of damage also varied, with us having cardiovascular and renal damage in our population, which typically has a lower prevalence in the documented literature of 2.1 to 5.7%. So concluding from our study, constitutional symptoms were the foremost feature prompting presentation for evaluation. And so in an early and middle childhood Afro-Caribbean population, this should rouse high suspicion for systemic lupus erythematosus. In this population, we believe that a screening echocardiogram, formal urinalysis, and spot urine protein creatinine ratio may identify pericarditis and nephritis prior to overt manifestation and improve time to diagnosis. And so when we're evaluating children with constitutional symptoms that we're not able to elicit a formal diagnosis, we should maintain a high suspicion and keep a low threshold for repeat evaluation. Our study is limited in that it was conducted at the Bustamante Hospital for Children, and that is limited in that we serve children up to their 12th birthday, and so we automatically excluded children 12 to 18. It was a retrospective study, and it was a small sample size, but it is a rare disease population. And the availability of some investigations within the public sector limited our ability to complete the SLEDAI scores to their completion. And so all scores in their research were minimum scores. And so we recommend to lobby the Ministry of Health and Wellness to increase access to some of these investigations that will allow us to more completely evaluate our patients. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to both our presenters, Dr. Dean and Dr. Gabidon. Can we give them another round of applause, please? Excellent work. And so I'm going to open the floor now for questions. I think we have about 5 minutes. So persons in the room, you can indicate by raising your hands, or if I'm guessing somebody will tell me if there are any questions online that we want our first 2 presenters to address. I see there's a hand up from one of our judges. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My questions go to both first and second presenters. First presenter, you spoke about using the Cohen-CARPHA for your agreement. Did you check if there are other agreements that you could have used?
Right. So that was the agreement that I was most familiar with, and that's the one that I went ahead and used.
Okay, because you know that there's also the Cronbach alpha, just for information's sake.
Right.
All right, so the other question I had for you, you said that women were more likely to self-report. And so in discovering that, did you make any adjustments in your analysis?
Okay, so for future studies, it would be good to look at females, particularly because a lot of females in the reproductive age group undergo antenatal screening, and so looking at parity and gravidity in future studies to see how that might affect their prior knowledge compared to males, if that would, bias them in terms of knowing their sickle cell status more than males. In addition to that, some studies do show that females are more likely to seek healthcare access compared to males. So we know that, looking further at like sickle cell disease knowledge and access to healthcare would be something that we'd want to look at in future studies, or even just adjust those before publishing the paper and looking at those.
Okay, thank you. To my presenter number 2, you had, given us some information, and the last thing that you mentioned was about your limitation with sample size. How, if you were supposed to do this study in the future again, how would you combat that?
So looking at the prevalence and the population that we're looking at, we did a total enrollment because we would expect 14 to about 20 patients diagnosed with SLE over a 10-year period. The way to combat this would be to extend the study, and it would require incorporating other institutions to include patients up to 18 years of age, and to extend the period of the study in order to have a larger sample.
Dr. Dean, my question is for you. So you said over 60% of patients had severe disease at diagnosis. So based on your review, do you think this reflects delayed diagnosis, aggressive disease biology in Afro-Caribbean children, or both?
Thank you for that question. So I think it represents aggressive disease in our Afro-Caribbean population. Looking at our limitation that these are minimum scores and likely to be higher, I think that's likely the probability. When we look at the presence of lymphadenopathy, which was so significant in our population, it's not a part of the diagnostic criteria, and it's not usually mentioned in studies. In the studies it was mentioned in, the prevalence was between 6 and 19%. When you look at adult studies, lymphadenopathy is associated with more severe disease in terms of higher SLEDAI scores and higher damage accrual. And so it would warrant more research to look at that in our population.
Thank you for your presentations. The question I have for Dr. Dean.
Remember, we have people online, and so the cameras want to catch the interaction in the room for those persons, so, so don't be put off by having to stand. And so I'll just ask persons, when you are getting the mic, just please stand so that they're able to catch you on camera.
Okay, thank you. Patience Alonge from Northern Caribbean University. The question I have is for both presenters. The first one, when you talk about the ages for the children, like 12 to 18, all right? But at Bustamante Hospital, they stop at 12. But there are still children at 18. Is that okay? So is there a possibility to extend the age within that facility to enhance your capability to capture those group of individuals? You can think about that. I know that will be beyond you, but it's something I'm throwing out. Because you already say you want to lobby the Ministry of Health and Wellness to do something about something, all right? So basically, that could be one of those things. And then the next question is a class 2. Class 2, as it relates to the relevance of class 2, was it unique to Jamaica? Was that a unique?
Clarifying, you're mentioning class 2 nephritis?
Yes.
It's not unique to Jamaica. It is common in the Brazilian cohorts, if I'm remembering correctly. But in general, class 4 is typically most common from the research.
So having that class 2 here, would it be a case that there have been some interactions between Jamaicans and Brazilians? No, it's a question, yeah.
I'm not certain I would know how to say.
Okay. Thank you. Then for the sickle cell, self-reporting, like the self-reporting and the one, there was an area I wanted to find out from you. Is it based on the fact that after they would have the knowledge and they are able to report on their status of their, whether being a trait or a full sickle cell, did that reduce the outcome of having babies that are born with sickle cell? Did you find that out?
Okay, so that's a very good question. Our study didn't specifically look at that. It looked at, what was their perceived risks. But there are studies that I looked at in the literature which showed that, persons' knowledge of their sickle cell status didn't necessarily translate to them perceiving themselves to be at risk or reducing the risk of persons being born with sickle cell disease. For instance, there was a study by Prof. Sargent where he looked at some high school students in Manville, and in those students, he did sickle cell testing, issued sickle cell cards to each of these students so they knew their sickle cell status. And when he followed them up in a few years, he realized that them even knowing their sickle cell status didn't influence their partner decision or their risk perception. So thank you for that question, but that's something that we have to lobby for as well. We need to do more health education in order to, improve the outcomes. And with the sickle cell screening, I've noticed that the sickle cell screening that we do in Jamaica, even though we have such a robust newborn sickle cell screening program, which identifies about 99 to 100% of babies in most parishes, there hasn't been, and we do link to care, there hasn't really, been any linking in terms of, what I really wanted to say is, we're able to find out persons with sickle cell disease, but finding out the sickle cell traits was kind of like an incidental byproduct of this newborn screening. And right now, we only identify and reach babies who have sickle cell disease and link those babies to care. So there are a lot of persons who are walking around with sickle cell trait who don't know their status, despite us having this robust newborn screening program. And so I am also lobbying for us to have a more robust program in issuing everybody's sickle cell disease status to them and improving the knowledge on that. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. We have a question online which is regarding lost to follow-up cases. So the question is that they want to know what happened to the 3 patients out of 11. How can they not be found?
Okay, so we ended up with 7 patients, that's a year, so that's 4 patients. We had 1 patient who demised within a year of diagnosis, 1 patient who transferred care to another facility, and 2 patients who migrated.
Is that all the questions from online? Yes?
Yes, that's it.
All right, good. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you both, Dr. Gabardon and Dr. Dean, for those presentations. Thank you, audience, for your participation in terms of your questions. And when you asked that question about how is it we lose 3 patients, I said it's easy. We have a very migratory population, and we all know this. They change number and places of residence, like they change shoes, like I change shoes, glasses, other items. But that's for another conversation. Let me just get my device back up. Apologies. So that I can introduce our next two. Why is my thing not working? See, this is why you have supposed to have multiple sources. I was trying to be tech savvy and convert my laptop to a tablet. It didn't work out. Alrighty, so we are on to our final two presentations in this session. Our third presenter is Dr. Angela Rankin Mullins, pediatrician and senior research fellow at the Sickle Cell Unit, Caribbean Institute for Health Research. Her work focuses on stroke prevention and the use of hydroxyurea in children living with sickle cell disease. Dr. Rankin Mullins will present on arterial stiffness and stroke risk classification in Jamaican children with sickle cell anemia, a completed cross-sectional study. This study contributes to strengthening early risk stratification and preventive strategies for stroke among children with sickle cell anemia. And then our final presenter is Mr. Alfonso Blake Jr., lecturer, biostatistician, and epidemiologist at the University of the West Indies, currently pursuing doctoral studies focused on social determinants of health and health equity. Mr. Blake will present on the effect of early life socioeconomic factors on rates of vaso-occlusive crisis and hospitalization in Jamaicans with sickle cell disease. This presentation highlights the critical role of early life socioeconomic conditions in shaping disease severity and utilization, reinforcing the importance of addressing social determinants as part of comprehensive NCD care. Please make our presenters feel welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much. My presentation focuses on arterial stiffness and transcranial Doppler velocity stroke risk classification in Jamaican children with sickle cell anemia. This is my outline. Stroke is common in Jamaica, as is highlighted by this Gleaner article by the Honorable Christopher Tufton. But a type of stroke with less public awareness is stroke in children with sickle cell anemia due to blockages in cerebral arteries or arteries of the brain. This can be prevented by screening to diagnose children with high-risk stroke and who are high risk for stroke and treating them to avoid effects like what we can see to the picture on my right. Stroke prevention is by transcranial Doppler screening. A probe is placed to the side of the head or the temporal region. Transcranial Doppler measures stroke risk by measuring the speed of blood in the brain. And this is like measuring the flow of water in a river. Children who have lower stroke risk have a normal study, and that is like a river that is flowing calmly. Children who have an abnormal study are children with high blood flow in the brain, similar to a river in spate. So cerebral vasculopathy manifests as high transcranial Doppler velocity. So here is the problem. In spite of the fact that with each heartbeat, blood flows through the aorta and the arteries, and the aorta is the blood vessel that takes the blood from the heart through the chest into the abdomen and distributes the blood around the body. So we know that there is widespread damage to the aorta. However, only one set of arteries are used for stroke risk management, and there is a problem. This method has limitations. There is lack of availability of the bony window, which is thin areas to the skull, which we need to have a proper investigation. And also the examiner needs specialist training. Arterial stiffness, on the other hand, is used in the general population to measure high stroke risk. One method is the arteriograph, and arterial stiffness can measure stiffness or indicators in other arteries apart from the brain that can tell us about stroke risk. But there is no available data in children with sickle cell anemia. So I'd like you to just look at the wall of this animated artery, and you will see very gently flow patterns. And that is because healthy arteries move freely. Arterial stiffness actually measures the wall or the rigidity of the walls of arteries. The arteriograph, which we mentioned, measures the stiffness of the wall of the aorta. It uses a brachial cuff, and the examiner needs no specialist training. When we looked at a scoping review of the literature, we saw where only one study reported arterial stiffness in adults with sickle cell disease who had had a stroke. So there were no studies with children with sickle cell disease that examined arterial stiffness in relation to stroke risk. So the aim of this study was to determine the association of arterial stiffness outcome with transcranial Doppler stroke risk classification. We measured arterial stiffness by 3 indicators: aortic pulse wave velocity, aortic pulse pressure, and aortic augmentation index. The objective was to find if there was a significant difference between transcranial Doppler stroke risk groups at recruitment. And these are the methods. So this study was a cross-sectional study. We got ethics approval. Stroke risk was determined from the database. That's a recorded transcranial Doppler study that we had. Once children came in and signed a consent form, investigations were done, including using the arteriograph and transcranial Doppler. Children between 4 to 16 years of age were included. Those with a stroke were excluded. 34 participants were considered to be adequate for our study. And these are the vascular measurements. We have the arteriograph, and we have the arteriograph, and we have the transcranial Doppler instrument here. So these are the roles of our variables. Outcome variables were our aortic variables. Exposure was our transcranial Doppler group, and covariates included hydroxyurea use. Statistical analysis, we reported our summary measures. We expressed those that were continuous with means and standard deviations. And for categorical variables, we looked at counts and percentages. Chi-squared and independent t-tests were used as appropriate to look at significance between stroke risk group differences. And we used multiple linear regression to look at the effect of covariates on any difference identified. And these are my results. So we had 2 groups. We placed our participants in 2 groups: high stroke risk group and low stroke risk group. When we looked at these groups, this table shows our variables, and there were 15 participants in the low stroke risk group and 19 in the high stroke risk group. These groups varied very little. We found that demography and anthropometry were similar, but reports of hydroxyurea use on the day of the study differed between the groups, as well as hematology readings, and there was one biochemical reading gamma-glutamyl transferase, which is a liver enzyme which differed between the groups. Our main results will be presented as box plots, and we have our arterial stiffness indicators on the y-axis, and on the x we have our stroke risk group. And we saw that the first indicator, aortic pulse wave velocity, was significantly different, with patients with higher stroke risk having higher aortic pulse wave velocity. Our second indicator, aortic pulse pressure, also showed differences between the two groups, with higher stroke risk having higher aortic pulse pressure. Our last indicator, aortic augmentation index, did not vary between groups or did not differ significantly between groups. Adjusting for hydroxyurea use, we use dot plots, which can be seen here, and only mean aortic pulse wave velocity was significantly different after adjusting for hydroxyurea use. When we looked at multiple linear regression models to predict pulse wave velocity, we saw that TCD group was significantly different in all 7 models. So the base model was our group and our hydroxyurea use, and then we added sequentially to this model variables. The only variable that approached significance was the gamma-glutamyl transferase. So this significant difference that we have picked up may have a role in identifying patients with high stroke risk for preventative treatment. We think also that those that had higher arterial stiffness may have been the group that had higher damage to the walls of the aorta. Our study was consistent with a study by Belisner et al., but differed from Kim et al. In that the gamma-glutamyl transferase and pulse wave velocity shared a negative relationship in our study, but this was not seen in the study by Kim. Of course, there is increased arterial stiffness in other illnesses, and this method may be extended to other disease groups. So our limitations, we didn't do any imaging, which may have strengthened our study. Our study design as a cross-sectional study was also a limitation, and we have designed a future study to look at some of these areas. This is my conclusion. Arterial stiffness has the potential to expand screening in children with sickle cell anemia, saving lives, preventing death, and disability. These are my references and acknowledgements. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us as I share this work on behalf of my co-authors listed here. And we're looking at the effect of early life socioeconomic factors on vaso-occlusive crisis and hospitalization rates in Jamaicans with sickle cell disease. So I know you'd have heard a bit about sickle cell disease before, so just to reiterate, it's a genetic blood disorder in which red blood cells become distorted into a sickle or banana shape, thus blocking blood flow. And in Jamaica, approximately 1 in every 150 live births will have a form of the disease. It is compounded by multiple acute and chronic complications which affect the individuals across the life course, which include hospitalization and vaso-occlusive crisis, which manifest as acute pain. VOC is the hallmark of sickle cell disease, and its management is centered around pain control, which is guided by international and local protocols. However, both patient-related and environmental risk factors are seen as important factors for VOC. The average hospital stay is between 9 and 11 days. However, lifetime hospitalization rates are not well documented, so persons use a proxy of 2.5 hospitalizations per year as a proxy. A recent study showed that 51% of sickle cell disease admissions are pain-related, and rates do vary across countries with differences observed in African and non-African contexts. Importantly, poor living conditions and low educational factors are socioeconomic factors which are associated with increased hospitalization risk. These socioeconomic factors can happen early in life, such as during prenatal period, infancy, and childhood. And it's important to note that household structure, defined as a composition of and organization of individuals living together, has been shown to influence emergency department admissions. And this brings us to the life course approach, which posits that to fully understand a patient's medical condition, we must take into consideration their biological, psychological, and social circumstances, which begins in early life and accumulates over time. And this impacts health outcomes, as the Minister mentioned this morning. So although this relationship between socioeconomic factors and health is well established, most studies rely on cross-sectional data using a single time point. And to date, no research has examined how early life socioeconomic factors influence hospitalization and VOC rates in sickle cell disease adults in Jamaica. So we aim to assess the effect of early life socioeconomic factors on VOC and hospitalization rates in sickle cell disease patients in Jamaica using the Jamaica sickle cell birth cohort of 1973 to 1981. We hypothesize that early life socioeconomic factors are significantly associated with rates of hospitalization and VOC in sickle cell disease patients in Jamaica. For methods, we use data from the Jamaica sickle cell cohort study, which was initiated by Professor Graham Sargent in 1973, wherein a total of 552 patients were enrolled and followed up longitudinally. We abstracted data from health records into REDCap following appropriate ethical approval, and only persons with sickle cell disease genotype were included. Our exposure variables collected at birth included birth weight, social amenities rating score, which were classified into tertiles for analysis, where higher scores meant access or possession to more amenities. And we had parental occupation, classified using the International Standard of Occupational Classification, ranging from skill level 1 with lower manual education jobs, such as cleaners and laborers, to skill level 4 with more complex higher education jobs, such as managers, physicians, and teachers. Our outcome variables were lifetime rates of hospitalization and vaso-occlusive crisis captured from birth to death or the most recent visit. And it's important to note that when a person was admitted in quick succession for the same problem, this was only counted once. So basic statistical analyses summarized and compared data, and due to overdispersion, we use a negative binomial regression. Follow-up time varied across participants with censoring, as some persons either emigrated, died, or just lost the follow-up. And we used likelihood ratio test to determine the final model. We reported incidence rate ratio, 95% confidence interval, and related p-values. And as you know, it's record data, so we had missing data, which was handled using complete case analysis. For results, we were able to retain 97% of our data, as some files could not be found, and that gave us a final sample size of 535 patients. This table might seem like a bit, but it's really the characteristics at birth, classified by genotype, and this revealed that there are no significant differences in sex, parental occupation at birth, social amenities rating score, or household structure. Hence, these groups are comparable. Similarly, there are no differences in maternal age at birth or birth weight across genotypes. At follow-up, the median age was 28.5 years, and HBSC patients were known to follow up longer than HBSS patients. In this case, 31 years compared to 26.5 years. Overall, the VOC rate was 2, a median rate of 2, and SS patients had significantly more VOC than SC and other genotypes. And we had 64% of persons having at least one VOC in their lifetime. The median hospitalization, there were no differences across the genotype group, and we had up to 76% of persons having at least one hospitalization in their lifetime. In the VOC multivariable model, HB-SC patients had a 67% lower VOC rate when compared to HB-SS patients. And for each 1 unit increase in birth weight, we had VOC rates decreasing by up to 18%. Mid-level SES, in this case SARS tertile 2, had a 35% lower VOC rates when compared to tertile 1. In the hospitalization model, only genotype was significant, wherein SC patients and other genotypes had a 69% and 65% lower hospitalization rate when compared to SS patients. And all other variables had no significant association. So for our key findings, higher birth weight and mid-level SES were linked to fewer VOC episodes. And this is the first study to show birth weight predicting long-term VOC burden in sickle cell disease. Household structure and parental occupation at birth had no association with these outcomes, but SARS proved to be a reliable SES proxy. And it's important to highlight that SARS index aligns with modern SES proxies such as housing quality or vehicle ownership. And SES strongly influence health outcomes, with poverty negatively affecting outcomes. Our findings stress assessing long-term SES factors, which is consistent with Wagner in 2024, who emphasized that if you identify risk factors across the life course, you can enable targeted interventions. Compared to published literatures, our cohort had a slightly higher VOC rate. In our study, 64% versus set have 60% in 2025, but similar hospitalization rate, which was 75% across. And genotype was the strongest predictor, with SS patient bearing the strongest burden. Other early life factors in the literature demonstrate that age at first pain crisis is correlated with lifetime pain burden, and early life living conditions strongly influence health outcomes. This reinforces the importance of early monitoring and intervention. So in concluding, though some analyses were limited by missing data and genotype seen as the strongest driver of hospitalization and VOC severity, birth weight and early life SES factors are also associated with lifetime VOC rates. And since early years shape adult trajectories, it is important to use a life course approach to look at critical care and to reduce acute pain. And as the minister mentioned again, using the life course approach, we can see what's happening in the earlier years and see how we can actually find important time points to target our interventions so as to limit health outcomes in the future. So these are my references, and I thank you for listening.
I want to thank both Dr. Rankin-Mullins and Mr. Blake for their presentations. And so we open the floor for another 5 minutes for persons in the room and online to pose their questions to our final 2 presenters for this session. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Campbell.
So I have a question for Mr. Blake. So the study used a cohort from 1973 to 1981. So how is that generalizable to now, given the change or the shift in our dynamics?
Thank you for that question. So the cohort is a cohort that has been used worldwide to actually influence sickle cell disease policies. So it might not be generalizable, but using the data from this same cohort, which Prof. Sargent used some 50 years ago to actually influence sickle cell disease discussions across the world, we can look at the life course approach, because most studies that we have looked at is really just looking at cross-sectional study, just a single time point. And we want to see how do the factors that start when you're born, following those across your lifespan, how do those come together to influence your outcome in the end? As it's highly mentioned that health problems don't start yesterday, it starts from in your 20s and you have effect in your 40s and your 50s.
All right, another question. You found that higher birth rate and being in the middle of the SAR
SARS tertile, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fear crisis. So, what evidence-based maternal or early childhood intervention would you recommend based on that finding?
Okay, so I want to emphasize that using the SARS tertile was used as a proxy for income, because income really tells exactly where you fall in society. So from in the 1970s coming down, we didn't necessarily have income data, but we had what persons had in their house or what they had access to. So we use that as a proxy to see where they fall and to say that if you find that persons who are at the lower end of a socioeconomic status or standing, they might be prone to more, let's say, insults across their life course. So if you can identify the persons who are most at risk, you can have targeted intervention. I think my colleague mentioned it earlier about having counseling from early and picking up those persons from very early who might be at risk for severe outcomes. So that's one way of looking at it. When you're introduced to the patient, ensure you start the conversation from early, have like a risk score to see where the person is at in the society, and now you can actually figure out what to do with that person. Because the ones who are at the higher end, they're okay.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I am Dr. Tamika Royal Thomas from the University of the West Indies, and I have questions for both Dr. Rankine Mullins and Mr. Blake. I'll start with you, Dr. Rankine Mullins. Now, very interesting, you mentioned about your main results, and in doing the full model, the regression model, I wanted to ask you, did you do a full model with all the variables?
Thank you. So we didn't do a full model with all the variables because we were concerned a little bit about our sample size to have so many variables in the model. But what we did was to add sequentially each variable that was different. So when we saw that initial table with all the variables that compared, we only looked at the confounders. The variables that were different between the groups went into the model. But we didn't do a full model with all the variables. Only those that were different went in the model. Only those that we thought could be confounders went in the model.
Okay, I think that's a limitation. What was your sample size?
34.
Okay, you could have tried it. You
Yes.
could have done it. You could have.
I think we probably tried it in the early, but we didn't present that data because this data is just a subset of the PhD data, which is, quite big.
Yeah, but I understand.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for that. Point taken.
All right,
you.
then. You're welcome. All right. So thank you, Dr. Rankine Mullins. That's all my questions for you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yes. And over to you, Mr. Blake. All right. So you mentioned that the age at last assessment was statistically significant, right?
What's different between the two groups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We're on the same page.
Correct.
You also mentioned that the VOC was statistically different, significantly different.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So then my question to you is that when you noticed that the birth weight was significantly associated with VOC, did you do any adjustments?
We did do adjustments, yes, and we did adjustments, and that's why we used the likelihood ratio test to see the different models, which made more sense. So we tried multiple models. So we used a stepwise approach model. So we tried multiple models by introducing the different variables in the model to see what made the greater difference. And we kept sex and genotype standard in the model to see if it affects the outcomes.
Okay, so I'm noting limitations from my observation. Remember, I asked you that age at last assessment that was statistically significant.
Yes.
It would have been good to have that in your models.
Oh, so for age at last assessment, because we use negative binomial, we use that as the term at the end to ensure that it's adjusted for the actual age in the study.
So you use that in your adjustment in your model? That's what you said?
Correct. So we use age because that's why we use negative binomial instead of post-normal regression.
No, it doesn't matter what you're using. I asked you a question, right? Mm-hmm. Did you use age at last assessment in your adjustment?
Okay, so yes, we did. So why we use age? Because we had age from birth until the last date that they have. So we created a time variable in the analysis to capture where the person are with their age. So that's how we accounted for how much you'd have had across their life course. The biggest issue that we had was the missing data, which if we use additional variables in there, the model might go down to a smaller sample size, and we wanted to keep it at a good enough size, which ended up at 378 for the final model.
That's still, that's still sufficient in terms of your sample size. Mm-hmm. All right? Just to note, as I said, that result that you have about birth weight, mm-hmm. Just check again in terms of your adjustments.
Okay, I can do that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Thank you.
All right.
So we have a question from online. Please go ahead.
All right, so we have 3 questions. There's one for Mr. Blake. So the question is, why do you think that the highest SES tertile did not have a lower VOC rate than tertile 1?
Well, thank you for that again. So we have the viewpoint that it's really a numbers game because it was a small sample size, and the numbers did get smaller for the for the upper tertile persons. For the upper SES category, the numbers in that was a little less than the other groups. So we have the viewpoint that at that point they had less persons who were in the higher, let's say, echelon of society in the study, because the study did say they picked mostly persons from lower income communities. So we just think it might be a numbers game, and we might want to look at it doing multiple imputation to see if it accounts for it.
Okay, thank you. The other 2 are for Dr. Gabadon. So the first one is a bit lengthy, but it says, could you clarify how potential differential self-reporting of sickle cell disease status among urban, younger respondents, particularly those living in informal settings, was considered in the multivariate analysis? I can repeat. So it's saying... So it's asking if you could clarify how potential differences or potential differential self-reporting of sickle cell disease status among urban, younger respondents, particularly those living in informal settings, was considered in the multivariate analysis. It was saying specifically, were there any steps taken to assess or adjust for possible reporting bias related to healthcare access, disease awareness, or diagnostic history?
Okay, thank you for that question. So in our study, we did not assess disease knowledge or disease awareness, but that is something that we can do in the future. In terms of our multivariate analysis, we did do a for the multivariate analysis, we used a survey-weighted logistic regression. And then, we did all the variables, and then we did a forward stepwise addition of predictors. This is for the accurate self-reporting of predictors with a p-value cutoff of 0.2. Then at the end, we, for the models that had the significant predictors that were retained, we used the goodness of fit tests to determine which of the predictors would be significant predictors of accurate self-reporting. And in that final model, or significant associations were area of residence, employment, as well as age.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, since screening is done at birth, is it that parents were not or are not informed after the screening is completed?
Okay, as in now, so for the newborn screening program that we have now, it is universal. So all babies, that is mandated by the government, that all babies who are born with sickle cell disease are tested at birth. And so parents are aware that babies are being tested, and those results come to the sickle cell unit or the Mandeville Regional, or to the Mandeville Project for the eastern end of the island. So persons are aware that the babies are being screened.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, but I think the follow-up, or, in terms of the response is it that all babies, irrespective of whether it is trait or full sickle cell disease, or they don't have sickle cell disease or the trait, are they informed? So despite not being necessarily linked to care, because the system is focused on those who are at highest risk, would be those babies who have been diagnosed with sickle cell disease. Is it that everybody, irrespective, because they're all being screened and tested, are they informed of their results?
Okay. So the data is available to be followed up for all of these patients. However, right now, we have the manpower to go out and find the babies who are diagnosed with sickle cell disease to link them to care. So truthfully, a lot of persons who have sickle cell trait are unaware because, they haven't been informed of their results. They are supposed to be at the 6-week antenatal clinic. All these results are actually supposed to be followed up, but we found that that's not what's happening. So persons still go on, and unless they take an initiative to go and say, hey, I did a sickle cell test for my baby, I need to know what it is, then we need to educate patients about that, but we also have to have a system that sends out the results to every single person who is tested at newborn screening. So we have to work on that, and that would require greater funding for sickle cell disease and greater manpower. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to put on now Ministry of Health hat to just clear up a few things. So, yes, based on the vantage point of the researcher, where you are positioned, yes, the manpower is dedicated to finding and actively finding patients who have been diagnosed with sickle cell disease. But certainly within the public health system, once these babies are coming back, the parents are informed of their disease status. We may not get all, but we get the vast majority to indicate to them whether disease, trait, or they have nothing to worry about. So don't want anybody leaving here with the impression that we don't indicate to parents because it's unethical to test and not inform and then manage and treat. So we don't do that in public health, to be honest. That is not part of our mandate at all. The other thing in terms of general comments, so again, thank you all in terms of the presentations and the researchers. It takes a lot to come up here and present your data and findings, and it just reminded me of my DRPH research and the fact that I'm supposed to be pulling 4 abstracts out of that, and I'm just said to myself, me no remember all of them regression analysis and something for no come ask me about CARPHA. And so me no know if me have that bravery to go dig back into that, but it really does take a lot for persons to come up here and present. So really and truly applauds to all our researchers, because it's a lot of work, and then to come and do it publicly is a really big step. But one of the things I would want to encourage our researchers in general to do, especially when you're coming to this particular conference, the interest of the Ministry of Health and Wellness is really about policy recommendations. And I think it's only Dr. Gabadon who had a slide specifically that spoke to policy recommendations in your presentations. Others would have alluded to things that, we need to look at or they wanted to advocate for. But part of your research, even if you didn't look at it in your main research, when you come in to present here, let's see if we can center some of that around. Specifically, what are the policy implications and recommendations you're putting forward for the Ministry of Health and Wellness to consider, right? It's not everything that we're going to be able to implement and to do, and there's a lot of cost benefits and cost-effective analyses that need to happen and things that we have to look at because we're looking at general population and wider public health as opposed to individual patients or a subset of patients. And there's a whole prioritization process that needs to take place. But that is what our interest would be, to say from your research, how is that going to help us to change policy and help to move things forward in order to continue to serve the patients that we take care of, especially within the public sector. So thank you once again, especially also the participants online for your active engagement, for, really asking some very thought-provoking questions. The evidence shared today underscores the importance of strengthening prevention, early detection, and integrated care for NCDs. And I especially like the inclusion of the social determinants of health. It is not often that we have research that looks at how these factors actually influence and have such a big impact on people and on their health. And so I really do applaud Mr. Blake for including that in his research study. And especially with sickle cell disease, looking at young people and children, even with SLE as well. I think 3 presentations were on sickle cell, but 1 on SLE. But, the focus on our children and the young population is very important because, we want to make sure that they are healthy enough to take care of me when I'm older. I'm just saying. At this point in time, we'll close this session. Thank you, everyone, for a very interesting first session. And we're going to break for lunch now. And I'm assuming we will resume in an hour at 2:15. Okay, thank you again, everyone, and have a good rest of the day.
Doctor. One is online. You can tell me when to start. Okay. To the 16th National Health Research Conference, Health for All in a Changing Environment. I'm Dr. Nadia Bennett, a senior lecturer at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research of the University of the West Indies. So I hope you all had something to eat and stretched. So we are now going to move into scientific session 2, non-communicable diseases and public health. For this session, we're going to have 3 research presentations. Now, the format is going to be all 3 presenters will present for 10 minutes. There will be a warning, a 1-minute warning, I believe it is, before the end of the presentation. And then after all 3 presenters have gone through, there's going to be a 5-minute question and answer. So now allow me to introduce you to each of our esteemed presenters. The first presenter is going to be Dr. Jaral Matos, who will be joining us on Zoom from the University of Texas. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Bioethics and Health Humanities at the University of Texas branch. He's a graduate of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. He has earned his PhD from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. His work now explores how history shapes health, ethics, and public health trust in medicine. In addition to his academic work, Jaral is a newspaper columnist for Daily Express in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the Galveston County Daily News. His first academic book was published in 2025 by Routledge, and it was titled Caribbean Futurism and Beyond, Conversations with Writers of Folklore, Fantasy, Science, and Speculative Fiction. This afternoon, his presentation will be on re-imaging primary health care for non-communicable disease management, addressing structural barriers in Trinidad and Tobago's primary care clinics and underserved communities. Our second presenter will be here on stage, will be Dr. Marcia Johnson-Campbell, who currently serves as a Regional Priority Non-Communicable Disease and Family Health Coordinator for the Western Regional Health Authority. She has a long and distinguished career in medicine, having served for about 10 years in accident and emergency at the Cornell Regional Hospital. She then launched out into public health and is now working as a medical health officer in Trelawney, Hanover, and St. James. Dr. Johnson-Campbell is a recipient of the Medical Association of Jamaica Award for long and distinguished service in public health. Her presentation is going to be from her DRPH thesis, which she completed in 2025.
Her presentation will be on assessment of delays to diagnosis and treatment of breast cancer among patients accessing care at the Cornwall Regional Hospital in Western Jamaica, a mixed method study. Our third and final presenter will be by Dr. Carol Lord, who is a distinguished public health specialist in Family Health Unit at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Dr. Lord holds a Doctor of Public Health and is a native of Guyana. She serves as a National Coordinator for Maternal and Neonatal Health and chairs the Sickle Cell Technical Working Group and the National Maternal and Neonatal Health Technical Working Group. As a researcher, Dr. Lord has produced publications in infectious diseases, sickle cell disease, pediatrics, and maternal health. Dr. Lord is a past recipient of the Best Oral Presentation here at the National Health Research Conference. She will be presenting last in this session on improving maternal survival factors associated with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy from the South Sierra, Jamaica, from 2015 to 2019. So let us put our hands together and welcome our presenters for this second session. And we're now going to go to Zoom, where we will hear from our first presenter, Dr. Gerald Matters. I'll ask that once Dr. Matters has finished his presentation, Dr. Marcia Johnson-Campbell will come up to the podium and begin her presentation, followed by Dr. Lord, and then we will take a question and answer session for all three presenters afterwards. Welcome, Dr. Matters. We can see you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm hoping you can all see me and hear me. Okay, so I just want to say thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to present this work. This presentation draws on a qualitative study examining how non-communicable diseases, particularly hypertension and diabetes, are managed within public primary care clinics in Trinidad and Tobago. And while I want to say, while it is specific, the data is specific to Trinidad and Tobago, the challenges that emerge and the solutions being proposed, I think, are highly relevant to Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. We talk about One Health, well, we could also talk about One Caribbean Health. And so this is the other researchers who are part of this study. I want to mention as well that it was a research study done with some students at the Faculty of Medical Science at St. Augustine. So, as you would know, the very general data, NCDs are accounting for over 10% of deaths in the Caribbean, and the high prevalence of hypertension and diabetes affecting over 40% of adults, and mirroring trends in Trinidad, mirroring trends seen in Jamaica and other CARICOM states. Despite regional national initiatives such as the CDAP, which is the Chronic Disease Assistance Program in Trinidad and Tobago, and other public primary care clinics, patients continue to experience inconsistent medication availability, long follow-up periods, and just in general poor continuity of care, particularly in rural and low-income communities. What I want to emphasize today as an offshoot of that original qualitative study, this one looks at adherence failures as systemic and not necessarily individual. While there might be some individual factors, largely what emerged through the thematic analysis of the qualitative study was that a lot of the failures are really a failing of the system, how the system operates, particularly for rural and low-income communities. So just some study objectives. What it attempted to do: first, identify the structural and sociocultural barriers to NCD treatment adherence in public primary clinic care settings. Secondly, placing those perspectives of patients and frontline healthcare providers at the forefront to recognize that they both operate within a constrained system. So not just patients, but also providers. We also set out to translate these insights into policy and community-centered interventions. and that's ultimately where we'd want it to reach. And finally, placing those findings within PAHO's Better Care for NCD's framework in calling for integrated person-centered primary healthcare. So just a bit about the study design. The qualitative study used semi-structured interviews, and they were conducted between November 2024 and June 2025. It primarily relied on a thematic analysis using the Brown and Clark framework, the six phases, beginning with familiarization with the data, generating codes, etc. I can expand on this in the Q&A if you would like me to. And emphasizing, the study design emphasized the lived experience, care continuity and health system interactions experienced by those living in low income and rural communities. So we looked primarily at East Trinidad and Northwest Trinidad, as well as the rural and semi-urban public clinics. The participants, sorry, this is a typo, but there were 50 patients with hypertension and or diabetes, as well as 20 healthcare workers. Ideally, I would have liked to present with those who were more closer to the study, right? I was not part of the qualitative study. I'm rather presenting on a paper that is intended to be an offshoot of it, where it leans more into the policy recommendations. So if you have any questions around the study design and setting on participants, I would follow up with that at another time when I consult with the researchers who were more in touch with the actual qualitative study and the interviewing. I had no input in that. So some of the key findings, however, based on the research report: 8 barriers to adherence, treatment complexity and polypharmacy, medication stockouts, access gaps, burden of side effects, forgetfulness, disrupted routines, distrust in pharmaceuticals and public care, symptom-based medication use, preference for traditional and herbal medicine, and other systemic inefficiencies and poor continuity with follow-up care. So the lived experience and some of what some patients told us, these are just a few points that were raised. Being the number of pills that they were asked to take, the reliance on CDAP, and they would just wait until the CDAP gets replenished. Others, I feel fine, I don't take it. So in that moment, they felt that they were not able to. They didn't feel it necessary to take the medication because on that particular day, who knows, the swirl of factors that might have influenced them feeling better than another day. And more on the traditional medicine side, bush medicine works. Now, in terms of interpreting the findings, however, something that sort of came up in those interviews. They point to primary care model that prioritizes episodic biomedical responses over what we find would be sustained relationships with the patient. So programs like CDAP address cost barriers to medication, but not deeper issues of continuity, trust, or even in the case of the bush medicine interview, cultural alignment. So there were some clear missing elements, because patients' decisions to alter or mistreatment, abandon treatment, were often logical responses to systems that fail to meet their social and other logistical needs. So they weren't arbitrary, but rather in response to limitations that they had no control of. And so what it revealed was a disconnect between the policy intent behind something like CDAP, for example, and the lived experience. And it underscored the need to really rethink and redesign how NCD care is delivered, not just with telling people to take pills, but building that into the very system, accessibility and affordability, etc. So This is really the core of my intervention following the qualitative study, which is proposing a model for strategic intervention. First, the integration of community health workers who are trained in chronic disease management and cultural mediation, where providers can provide can provide continuity, support medication routines, and even bridge the traditional practices with the biomedical research. It's not enough to tell people that the medication works, but rather building that into their own traditional and generational history of medication. Secondly, mobile screening, mobile NCD screening and medication refill units. So particularly for those in rural communities who have less access to go to a clinic, this may seem very obvious, but it's still lacking, particularly in rural and low-income communities in Trinidad and Tobago. So we propose medical refill units where that can reduce the geographic barriers. And for those patients who revealed in their interviews that if their pills run out, they will just wait until they can make a trip to the clinic. The mobile screening and refill units feel particularly useful. Thirdly, fixed dose combinations. So prioritizing fixed dose combination therapies that can reduce pill burden to improve adherence. This would, of course, require some sort of alignment with WHO recommended best practices around how to procure medication that is in alignment with combined fixed dosage. The fourth being, and perhaps maybe the most underappreciated, the culturally embedded health education that is particularly relevant for Caribbean countries where herbal traditions are very prominent. And so what would that look like for NCD management? It might be something radical because we haven't really considered as strongly how community figures who are engaged with herbal practices, bush medicine, how they could be folded into NCD management itself. So rather than framing traditional medicine as non-compliance or something that deviates from the norm, this approach could treat culture as a resource itself for public engagement. Coming down to winding down the presentation rather, and the relevance for Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. The challenges mirror what we see across the Caribbean and Latin America, where medication stockouts, workforce shortages are well documented, and so this proposed model is intended to be adaptable, allowing ministries of health to implement components incrementally and based on what they are capable of doing. And so I think there's a lot of, I do say so myself, there's a lot of transferability of the policy developments being proposed here, and it's being worked into a paper, so you can perhaps look out for that in the near future. So in conclusion, the study demonstrates that NCD adherence failures are structural and not just individual, and they're also systemic. And therefore, effective care requires a response that is community integrated as much as it is culturally tuned to systems. And so this proposed model, it is intended to suit the Powerful Better Care for NCD's framework, as well as create a sustained relationship between systems and communities. I want to thank you for your attention. Like I said, if you have any questions around this, the proposed policy recommendations, I am best suited to answer those, not so much the qualitative study itself, although I did, of course, have to familiarize myself with it. So again, thank you for your attention, and any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Marcia Johnson-Campbell, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present today, World Cancer Day at that, research findings on the assessment of delays to diagnosis and treatment of breast cancer among patients accessing care at the Cornwall Regional Hospital in Western Jamaica, a mixed method study. I share with you a quote from Ben Anderson. With breast cancer now the most common cancer globally and the most likely reason a woman will die from cancer, countries need to embrace the concept of improving breast cancer outcomes if they are going to address the cancer as a health priority. The presentation will follow the standard outline. Breast cancer places a significant burden on global health, being the fourth leading cause of cancer deaths worldwide. Globacon estimates of 2022 were that there were approximately 2.3 million new breast cancer cases and 666,000 breast cancer deaths occurring worldwide, with women residing in low-resource settings sustaining the disproportionately worse outcomes. Breast cancer places a significant burden on global health, being the fourth leading cause of cancer deaths worldwide. Breast cancer has steadily risen in Jamaica, becoming a leading cause of cancer-related mortality among women. Possible reasons for high morbidity and mortality include late stage of presentation, high prevalence of biologically more aggressive disease, younger age distribution, absence of a national mammography screening program, and where screening is available, poor voluntary uptake. There are delays in diagnosis and treatment, which is linked to poorer outcomes and decreased effectiveness of treatment related to said delays. Our hypothesis was that patient and provider delay in diagnosis and treatment of breast cancer in the Western Regional Health Authority exceeds the minimum acceptable 3 months in at least 33% of cases, respectively. The literature has established 3 months as the benchmark for the longest acceptable delay for either patient interval or health system interval. Our specific objectives included to estimate the time intervals between onset of symptoms, diagnosis, and each step of treatment for women with breast cancer, to identify the factors causing the delays in diagnosis and treatment, to understand the challenges that patients with breast cancer may have experienced in arriving at the diagnosis, and to explore the perspectives of health professionals on the factors contributing to delay. A mixed method study was utilized for this research, which allowed for greater insight. Quantitative component resulted in medical records of 87 breast cancer patients attending Cornwall Regional Hospital's oncology clinic between 2012 and 2016 being reviewed. And for the qualitative, timelines from symptom onset to definitive treatment were extracted, and state of 14 was used for statistical analysis. The qualitative component had in-depth interviews conducted with 6 patients and 6 healthcare providers. Ethical approval and permission to conduct the study was received or were received. For our key findings, I will focus on the delays. The mean total interval, which was from problem discovery to start of treatment, was 44 weeks, with 58% of patients experiencing a delay of more than the international threshold of 6 months. The mean patient interval, which is a time from problem discovery to first medical consultation, was 18 weeks, while the mean health system provider interval, which is a time from first medical consultation to cancer treatment initiation, was 27 weeks. And 74% of patients experience a delay of greater than 3 months, which exceeds our hypothesis. The health system provider interval was further examined to determine where bottlenecks occurred, and the pre-hospital subinterval had the highest mean of 14 weeks. Turnaround time for results showed that biopsy was 7.85 weeks, surgical histology 11 weeks, and results for receptor studies was 18 weeks. Of note also, the mean interval between surgery and start of adjuvant therapy was 32 weeks, which exceeds the optimal time for starting treatment, for treatment to be effective. From the qualitative components, key findings were that there was general awareness of women about breast cancer, but there was some delay in taking actions. Acceptance of diagnosis and treatment were supported by a strong faith in God, and they made recommendations for improvement to include increased awareness and financial support. From our healthcare workers, a cancer prevention and control policy was needed. They confirmed that there was delayed presentation of patients, primarily due to lack of awareness and fear, and that they encountered numerous challenges in accessing care. Shortage of staff and inadequate infrastructure and insufficient supplies were required. We have made some specific recommendations on how to reduce health system provider interval, to include having an assigned patient navigator and a tracking system, a specific biopsy clinic at the radiology department, and a specific breast clinic at the surgical outpatient department. This study supports public health campaigns and underscores health system delays that surpass delays attributable to patients, but there is limitations because of the availability and quality of documentation in patient records and the fact that we did not include women who did not follow through with treatment after diagnosis. So in conclusion, the rising incidence and mortality of breast cancer in Jamaica carries significant public health implications, particularly given the association between delays in diagnosis and treatment and a poorer prognosis for survival. Patient and health system delays impede timely breast cancer diagnosis and treatment in Western Jamaica. If we increase awareness and improve available services, we can reduce patient interval, and accelerated referral pathways to medical specialists and enhanced public sector diagnostic services are needed to reduce health system interval. These are some references, and I acknowledge those persons who supported in this research. Thank you.
It's working. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll share my highlights from a multi-institutional study examining maternal survival factors associated with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy in Jamaica's public hospital. My supervisor and co-authors are listed here. I'll briefly outline the burden and clinical context, describe our methodology, highlight key findings, and conclude with policy-relevant recommendations. Hypertensive disorders of pregnancy are the most common medical complications of pregnancy, bearing that pregnancy is not a disease. Clinically, hypertension is defined as systolic blood pressure of 140 millimeters mercury over 90 or more, taken on 2 occasions, over 4 to 6 hours apart after 20 weeks gestation. Hypertensive disorders are multisystemic. It's multifactorial conditions occurring in previously normotensive women and exist along a spectrum from pregnancy-induced hypertension to preeclampsia, and distinguished by the presence or absence of proteinuria and tonic-clonic seizures. There are 5 categories. We have the pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is high blood pressure of 140 over 90 and greater than 140 over 90 after 20 weeks of pregnancy. We have the preeclampsia, which is actually blood pressure is greater than 140, 90. After 20 weeks of gestation, thank you. The eclampsia is actually hypertension with tonic-clonic seizure, a healthy person having fit during pregnancy. And this can occur actually 10 days after delivery. We have chronic hypertension, which is hypertension that precedes the current pregnancy, that is a blood pressure over 140/90. And this can persist actually 12 weeks after pregnancy. So after 12 weeks after pregnancy and the blood pressures remain high, we can say it is chronic hypertension. Then we have the chronic hypertension with superimposed eclampsia, preeclampsia. And those are the 5 categories of hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. And so globally, we have about 10% of pregnancies, whereby we have 1 in 5 maternal deaths is because of hypertensive disorders in pregnancy. And we have a substantial perinatal toll. And it underscores why hypertensive disorder of pregnancy management remains central to the Sustainable Development Goal of maternal mortality reduction efforts. Eclampsia, often a late diagnosis or delayed intervention, makes it a critical marker of health system performance. So once you see high levels of eclampsia, health system performance is not where we want it to be. So the risk factors include multiparity, advanced maternal age, previous hypertension in the previous pregnancy, or coexisting comorbidities. We will get that from COVID-19. Complications be in the mother or in the babies. In the mother, we can have antepartum hemorrhage, postpartum hemorrhage, coagulation failure. In babies, we can have prematurity, stillbirths, miscarriages, and even neonatal death. Our objective, therefore, was to assess survival factors associated with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy among women delivering at public hospitals in the Southeast region between 2015 and 2019. We conducted a mixed method study across the 5 major maternity hospitals, and these were women diagnosed with eclampsia, preeclampsia, pregnancy-induced hypertension, and a sample of normotensive women allowed us to identify both the risk and protective factors. The sample size was calculated using ROSOFT and informed by a global eclampsia case fatality rate of 14%. This yielded a minimum sample size of 132 eclampsia cases to ensure sufficient statistical power. A p-value of less than 0.5 was considered. The retrospective cohort study extracted primary data from various sources at the 5 hospitals and include electronic system of ICD-10 code for hypertensive disorders, the labor ward record, emergency registers, death registers, and even the female medical ward. A sample frame was constructed for each hospital which listed patients identified with either eclampsia, preeclampsia, or pregnancy-induced hypertension. From this, we selected all eclampsia records, 1 in 4 of the preeclampsia records, 1 in 10 of the gestational hypertension. And we also collected a convenience sample of normotensive women who delivered on the same day as those with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. And so there were a total of 917 women. Data were collected by 2 trained healthcare workers with a pre-tested data extraction sheet. We included women admitted during the 5-year period to the 5 hospitals, that is the Victoria Jubilee, Spanish Town University Hospital, Princess Margaret Hospital, and Linstead Hospital. Yes. When we excluded women with pre-existing seizure disorder to avoid misclassification of eclampsia. Quantitative analysis were conducted using SPSS 21 and Status 16. The study was complemented with in-depth qualitative interviews of surviving eclampsia patients and senior healthcare providers. Ethical approval were obtained from all relevant bodies. The results: of over 76,000 deliveries, 3.7% were complicated by hypertensive disorder of pregnancy. We have multigravidated women had a marked increase of risk of hypertensive disorders, and on the other hand, adequate antenatal care and early referral, particularly from private providers, were protective. Pregnancy-induced hypertension was associated with an 11-fold increase in cesarean section. Compared to normotensive women, eclampsia occur more frequently among younger women with a median age of 22 years, while the other hypertensive disorders were seen in older women. Major maternal complications include a 30% prevalence of postpartum hemorrhage, 8.2% of HELLP syndrome, 3.8% of edema, and 2.7% of posterior reversal encephalopathy syndrome, that is the PRESS syndrome, that will have sudden blindness in these healthy women. Not good. The case fatality rate for preeclampsia was 3.2%, and health system factors revealed delays in accessing emergency obstetric care and gaps in provider-patient communication. Many women reported limited awareness of danger signs. So therefore, in summary, we have the risk to survival was associated with having hypertensive disorders in pregnancy, and that was approximately 4% of women. Those with more than 4 pregnancies, those with pregnancy-induced hypertension, and the development of complications such as postpartum hemorrhage and HELLP syndrome. Protective factors included more than 4 antenatal care and early referral from private doctors. So therefore, in conclusion, survival in women with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy was associated with early detection and decisive delivery, while delays and system failures increased severe disease such as eclampsia and preeclampsia, which drove mortality. We recommend pregnancy planning and early engagement with antenatal care, particularly among women whose age is not a risk factor. In general, early antenatal care facilitates structured risk assessment, closer surveillance, and timely intervention. This should incorporate targeted patient education with a focus on early warning symptoms, especially where early symptoms are present. Health system strengthening requires improved resource allocation to manage obstetric emergency in public hospitals and enhanced surveillance for high-risk pregnancies. This should be supported by clear maternal monitoring and continuous provider capacity building. Concurrently, there should be intensified education of at-risk women, focusing on potential complications and clear guidance where necessary, whereby women would be referred to care in a timely manner, and they should know where and when to seek care, whether at secondary type B or type A hospitals. So we acknowledge the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Southeast Region Hospital, and the University of the West Indies, Pan American Health Organization, and all the women and the clinicians whose data and experience inform this research. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank all three presenters for these interesting presentations. I'd like to open up the floor for 5 minutes for any questions that you may have. I think that's Dr. Royal Thomas.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone, again. I have questions for all three, so I'll start with the first. Okay, so in terms of the qualitative study, and let me just go back to the presenter.
Dr. Matas?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could bring him up, or if he's online still. We heard you loud and clear in terms of the qualitative part in terms of the study. But my question to you is, with your proposed model, how do you see it being put in policy? You speak a lot about putting things into policy, but I'm not seeing the evidence base of it.
Okay, we're waiting for IT to allow him to answer. Okay, while IT does that, can you go on to your second one, and then we'll circle back to
message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We are.
We're back. Sorry to those online for the technical difficulties. We're going to go back to Dr. Royal Thomas's question for Dr. Matas. Dr. Royal Thomas, could you just repeat your question for Dr. Matas, and then we will close the session after his answer.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me? All right, so my question was, you know, we heard you about the qualitative part, but my question was, you have a proposed model there. Wouldn't a proposed model need evidence-based to put things into policy?
Yes.
So where is your evidence?
Right now, in terms of there's no feedback.
You have a feedback, Dr. Matas?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you, yes.
Yes, we're hearing you clearly.
I can't hear you. Okay, now I can hear, but I'm hearing myself as well. Okay, so I'll just talk and I can't hear you, but anyway. So yes, of course, we need evidence. This proposal is not meant to, it cannot propose legislation, but rather implementation guidance. So far, the evidence comes from the interviews that we have of patients and providers who are part of the rural primary, well, not the rural clinics, but the primary care clinics serving rural communities. So that's the only evidence that we have. Other kinds of evidence that would come in the form of a pilot study is not something that we are currently working towards, but that certainly would be another form of evidence gathering. What we're looking at this point, what is manageable, I'm hoping that you can still hear me. I have no idea if I'm just talking into a void here. But in any case, in terms of back to the implementation question, what we think is feasible is that we can influence ministries of health to reframe the problem in the first instance, so that it is not, the burden does not fall solely on the individual, but rather looking at the systems and the failings within the system, and thereafter guide programs that can be implemented in the primary care clinics, and whether that be from education to more outreach programs. We think those could be more feasible measures in the short term.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Again,
now?
I can't.
All right, so you can't hear us. So
yeah, now I can hear.
All right,
but I'm hearing my.
All right, so I had one question and then I'll close it out. So it was on a qualitative study. You had two different populations or groups of individuals who you
Not
took
hearing
part.
you, sorry.
All right, so we close it here. So
Still not hearing
We have
you.
one more question? Oh, we have a question online? Okay, let's go to the online question.
This question is for Dr. Johnson Campbell. Can the age of testing for breast cancer in women be lowered? young women who have cancer in their family needs to be tested earlier?
All right, thank you very much. Currently, the guideline recommends that persons 40 years and older have a mammogram done. However, we do recommend that from age 21, we recommend self-breast examination so persons become familiar with what is normal so that at the point when there is any abnormality, it is easily identified. We also recommend that they have a doctor or a nurse or a health professional do a clinical breast examination at least once a year, and that also will be able to identify symptoms early. For mammograms below the age of 40, if persons are in a high-risk category, then that can be facilitated, and this would be based on individually based on the doctor's assessment and recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other questions, either online or in the room? No? Okay. Okay, so thank you everyone for tuning into session 2. We're going to take a break for ads and then we will resume presently with session 3.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my home. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There is hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give your children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Meet Jess. Jess knows a thing or two about her health.
Measles and rubella virus still circulate in the world, right?
Yes, Jess.
So could I possibly get sick if I travel to those countries and I am not vaccinated?
That's right.
Wow. We all need to be vaccinated on time.
She understands the value of vaccination.
Mommy, did you know that vaccines work to prevent 2 million deaths in children each year?
Wow.
Mommy, thanks for ensuring that I'm vaccinated.
You're welcome, Jess. Let's give our children the gift of health. Vaccines strengthen their defenses against harmful diseases for life. Get vaccinated.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and PAHO.
Your health is your wealth, so come we start the conversation. Make we rise and immunize all across the nation. The ministry is giving us the motivation to get your infants routine immunization. Protect the toddlers from all diseases. Tetanus, rubella, whooping cough and the measles. All of my lights, mumps and the flu, plus tuberculosis, to name a few.
Rise to immunize. Eliminating diseases saves lives. Visit your nearest clinic or health center for more information or log on to www.moh.gov.jm. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the last session for the day, and we're all still here. Give yourselves a big hand. Yes, thank you. So we are now at scientific session 3. This is the exciting session on nutrition, and we just ate. So now we're going to learn about nutrition, yes? In this session, we have 3 wonderful research presentations. All 3 of the presenters are here. We have Miss Kimoy Watson, Mr. Genesis Edokpa, and Miss Joyce McKenzie. So I'm going to go through now and tell you all of their wonderful accolades. So our first presentation will be from Miss Kimoy Watson. She is an educator and emerging researcher. She holds a Master of Science in Epidemiology, a Bachelor of Science in Experimental Biology, and a Bachelor of Education in Physics. Her recent research examined the knowledge, attitudes, and practices related to non-communicable diseases among Jamaican adults, offering insights to support national health promotion efforts. Ms. Watson lectures in physics and biology and integrates research and teaching to foster inquiry, critical thinking, and evidence-based learning. She is passionate about using education as a tool to strengthen community health awareness and advance public health in Jamaica. Then we'll hear from Mr. Genesis Edokpa. He is an MPhil PhD candidate in nutrition at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research. That's at the University of the West Indies. He is a native of Benin, and his research focus has been linked on the link between eye health and nutrition. His MPhil PhD dissertation focuses on the relationship between glaucoma and diet, a field supported by recent research suggesting that dietary intake, including vitamins, omega-3 fatty acids, and certain foods, may influence glaucoma incidence and progression. He has already published 2 peer-reviewed papers on this topic. Ms. Joyce McKenzie will be our final presenter in this session, and for the day, actually. She is a junior research fellow at the University of the West Indies, where she investigates food insecurity in the Caribbean. Her research focuses on identifying dietary patterns, assessing diet quality among individuals living with diet-related non-communicable diseases, and exploring how these patterns vary across different levels of food insecurity. With a strong background in nutrition science and quantitative analysis, Joy brings a data-driven approach to understanding public health challenges in small island developing states. And so I now hand over to our first presenter, Ms. Kimoy Watson.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. All right, so today I'll be talking about salt consumption in Jamaican adults, specifically what we know about salt, how we feel about it, and what we actually do in real life. We're also going to be looking at how this connects to education level and also how it connects to hypertension and diabetes status. Now, as you can see, the title of my paper was Knowledge, Attitudes, and Practices of Salt Consumption Among Jamaican Adults, and its relationship with socioeconomic status and prevalent hypertension and diabetes mellitus. Quite a mouthful. All right, so when we talk about NCDs, right, in the Jamaican context, we know they're a big deal, right? And that's not different from what is observed in other places in the world, such as the Caribbean and just globally, right? Now, unlike infectious diseases, these non-communicable diseases do not spread from person to person, but are largely driven by lifestyle, and long-term factors. Now, some examples of these include cardiovascular diseases, very relevant to the presentation today, hypertension, diabetes mellitus, chronic respiratory diseases, cancers, and chronic kidney disease. All right, so I said they're a big problem, but our numbers show this as well. Globally, these diseases represent 74% of all deaths every year, right? And this would translate to about 41 million people per year, so very big problem. All right, so I had said earlier that this is a problem in Jamaica, right? And a simple Google or YouTube search would have shown us this. So what you're seeing here on the screen are my results from my simple YouTube search, right? So it's not that we don't know about this, and the information spans many years. I saw information as far back as 13 years ago, and so these clips are showing just that. All right, so I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to move on. All right, so in terms of our numbers, because we said that it's a problem here, but we are seeing that NCDs are representing, well, over the 10-year period from 2009 to 2020, NCDs represented 77% of all deaths, and this is according to a report that was published by the Ministry of Health in 2023. And I'm sure in this moment, a lot of us can appreciate that this number would have gone up, right? Or because the effects of NCDs, based on the research, seem to grow year by year. Right? Some other interesting statistics that I saw in my preparation would have been the fact that 1 in 3 Jamaicans has hypertension, right? Statistically, that would suggest that at least one person in here has a hypertension diagnosis, right? That means as well that wherever you're listening from, whoever is in the room right now, statistically, even if they don't have hypertension or have a hypertension diagnosis, their cardiovascular system is under constant and dangerous pressure, and one day they will have a diagnosis, so we have a problem, right? Another piece of statistic that stood out to me was the fact that 1 in 2 Jamaicans is overweight or obese, right? And that's literally half the population. We're also seeing that 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes, and so I'm establishing again that there is a problem. Now, I'm speaking on hypertension today, and so salt has to come into the conversation because salt is an important dietary factor that influences the development of this disease. So on screen, you're seeing now the WHO, so the World Health Organization guideline, which is less than 2,000 milligrams per day. And then you're seeing our beautiful Jamaican flag on the screen as well, showing us our daily average, which is 3,582 milligrams per day. And this was from the most recent Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey. So you're seeing there basically that the results would show that we're consuming about 1.5 to 2 times more than we should, right? And I'm sure there are many people that eat more than that for the day, because this salt is not just salt that is added to food, right? It's salt in the butter that we use. It's salt in the Maggi seasoning, because your food has to taste good, right? Where Jamaicans are big on taste, right? It's salt in the sauces, the barbecue sauce. I'm sure a lot of us hit that value and pass it by lunchtime. All right, so apart from the health effects, because this is not just a health problem, right? This is a money problem. This is a social problem, right? Some of the data would have pointed to the fact that approximately 17.2 US billion will be lost in output due to NCDs. And again, I'm sure this number has gone up because with the passage of the hurricane, I know there are a lot of people now who are on track to developing these NCDs or who can't access care as they used to before the passage of the hurricane. So we have a lot to consider. All right, so as I said, a lot of lifestyle factors would be considered here, right? So I spoke to the diet already, but in addition to that, there is physical inactivity, there is tobacco use, there is harmful use of alcohol. And this is why a study like this is so important, and so we're going to be looking at our data now. All right, so the objectives would have been, as I said earlier, to assess levels of knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding our salt consumption among Jamaican adults and how this varies by educational attainment, hypertension status, and diabetes mellitus status. Now, for the methods, the data was based on data collected in the Jamaica salt consumption study, and the participants were adults, right? And you're seeing on screen a breakdown of what was collected. Now, in terms of the data itself, for the knowledge score, a score was used, as I'm saying, right? And a higher score in this context would have represented greater knowledge. For the attitudes, these were broken down into categories. So 3 ordinal categories. So low salt, neutral, neither high nor low salt. For the practices, again, a score was used, but there are 2 scores, and you'll see that coming out as I go into the results. By the way, the statistical analyses were carried out using Stata. Bivariate analyses were done. Descriptive statistics were generated, and statistical significance was set at 0.05, as you're seeing on the screen. All right, so in terms of our results, here are the major points that came out. So age distribution is similar among males and females. In addition to that, there are clear sex differences in terms of educational attainment and smoking. And well, smoking marijuana or tobacco is much more common among males versus females. Physical activity levels also differed substantially by sex, and chronic disease burden was higher among females. Now, the results you're seeing on the screen are unweighted. I'm also showing you the weighted estimates just to account for the population design, and the results were similar when the survey weights were applied, so I'll just move on. All right, so just to highlight a few major points coming out from the knowledge scores, age was a significant factor. Basically, it was seen that the knowledge scores were varying by age group. So middle-aged adults would have had the highest knowledge, and the lowest knowledge scores would have been in the 75 and over age group. In terms of education level, the knowledge scores seemed to increase as the education level increased. So less education, less knowledge, or lower knowledge, more education, more knowledge. All right, we're moving on to, well, this is just showing the same thing I just said. So we're moving on to some key behaviors and characteristics. All right, so for the people, well, generally by disease status, so hypertension and diabetes, we would see in hypertension, the people who did not have hypertension would have had higher knowledge scores, and for diabetes mellitus, the score was similar for both groups. Take note of the fact, though, that the p-values for these would have suggested that this is not statistically significant, and so moving on to, and so that may have been due to chance. We're moving on to the smoking status, where in both groups, non-smokers would have recorded higher knowledge scores compared to the current smokers, and only the tobacco smoking status, the data relating to that would have been statistically significant. All right, so we're on to the practice scores very quickly. Major information coming out of this. So age, again, was a very important factor. You're seeing the p-value there, high significance. We would have seen that the practice scores varied here. And by the way, I just have to state that for the use of SALT practice scores, the higher the score was, the worse the practice, right? So you're seeing that the practice scores would have been highest for 18 to 34, right, which means their practices would have been worse compared to the other groups. For education levels, the highest practice scores would have been in the more than high school category, which is interesting because these are the same people that had the highest knowledge scores. So this suggests that knowledge does not always translate into practice, right? Moving on very quickly. All right, so the diagrams here are showing what is happening with our key behaviors, but in the interest of time, let me move to our next practice score, which would have had to do with avoidance of salt. So age, for example, again, is very significant here, but again, for this practice score, the higher the value would have suggested more favorable practices in relation to avoiding salt. And so you're seeing highlighted in the table, the highest values would have been in the 55
65 to 74 age group category. For level of physical activity as well, we're seeing some significant associations coming out there where people who had the highest amount of physical activity would have had the highest scores here, suggesting that they would have avoided salt more than the other groups. Let me move on very quickly. All right, so these figures are also breaking down what would have been observed in terms of the key behaviors. So hypertension, for example, people who had hypertension had higher scores here, so that meant that they would have avoided salt more. And the same thing was observed with the people who had diabetes. It's just that the p-value would not have suggested that it was more than due. It was due to more than just chance. Similar patterns are, well, the patterns that were observed for the tobacco smoking status and the marijuana smoking status now. So current smokers had higher practice scores, right? So this is suggesting that they avoided salt more, but the p-value would have suggested that this result is not significant for the people who smoke tobacco. All right. So should I just jump to my recommendations? All right. So let me tell you about my recommendations. I hope that you can review this data because I've gotten the time signal. So the main findings would have suggested that higher educational attainment is strongly linked to better salt-related knowledge and practices, and that knowledge does not always translate directly into healthier behavior. We would have also seen that individuals with hypertension appear more likely to adopt salt-limiting practices, and also that tobacco use clusters with poorer salt KAP profiles. Lastly, we would have seen that younger adults demonstrated less favorable salt-related behaviors. And so I'm moving on to the recommendations. The strengths are on the screen, but we're moving on. All right, so as I was saying earlier, the conclusion, educational attainment is a key determinant of salt-related knowledge and practices in Jamaica. And based on the data, we, as you know, in public health, should target younger and lower educated populations. And I believe in meeting people where they are. So for example, in Jamaica, we have a big influencer culture, a rich influencer culture. I think we could tap into that in terms of how we get the message out there in terms of salt consumption, right? We could also try to partner with some of the more popular restaurants in Jamaica to, for example, come up with lower salt options that have the same taste. Because I'm very big on diet sodas. They taste the same, but they say 0 calorie, right? Why not do that in our Jamaican context, right? Also, we need to address the clustering of unhealthy behavior. So smoking, the data would have shown that people who smoke would have had more unhealthy practices in some contexts, and so we need to look into peer counseling, going into the communities, because again, as human beings, convenience is important, right? So we need tailored, equity-focused salt reduction strategies to reduce our NCD burden. I thank you so much for listening to me. Here are my references and acknowledgements.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Kimoy Watson. Very exciting presentation, so we're going to continue with the presentations. And in all of my excitement, I realized I did not tell you who I am. My name is Renee Thompson. I am the Manager for Dietetic Services in the Nutrition Unit of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. All right, so we are going to move on now to Mr. Genesis Edokpa, and immediately after him, we'll take Ms. Joy McKenzie, and then we'll move into our question and answer sessions. I'm asking our colleagues here, our esteemed colleagues, to keep to the time because we are already running very behind. All right, let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Genesis Edokpa, and I am presenting a paper titled Association Between Diet and Number of Prescribed Medications in Glaucoma. Now, glaucoma is a dreaded disease because it is the leading cause, or one of the leading causes, of irreversible blindness worldwide. And it affects Afro-Caribbeans more than Caucasians, 6 to 8 times more than Caucasians. Basically, it's marked by increased intraocular pressure in the eyeball that leads to death of the nerve fibers, that's the optic nerve fibers, and results in gradual loss of vision. By irreversible, we mean that the blindness that occurs from glaucoma is irreversible. And it cannot be restored. The blindness cannot be restored. Now, the way we manage glaucoma in the clinic at this time is by reducing eye pressures. We do this by giving eye drops or by surgery. So we have up to 6 classes of drops. When one drop doesn't work, we can use the next one. If that doesn't work, we can use the next one, and so on and so forth. Sometimes we may have to combine 2 drops, 3 drops, and 4 drops. And the number of medications used to manage any condition can be used as a proxy for how difficult it is to control that condition or for the severity of the condition. Patients with glaucoma often ask us if there are other things that they can do along with using their eye drops. For example, are there things that they should eat or not eat? And the question is not out of place because scientific research has shown that some dietary factors can modify the risk of glaucoma. For example, 2 studies or cross-sectional studies by Glaucoma et al. In 2013 and by Reynard et al. In 2012 showed that low intake of fatty fish was associated with high risks of glaucoma. Another cross-sectional study showed that, by Coleman et al. In 2008, showed that high intake of vegetables and fruits were associated with reduced risk of glaucoma. These studies indicate the potential of these food items to be beneficial in people with glaucoma and to reduce the severity of glaucoma and the number of medications needed to manage this condition. But in current research, if you Google this topic now, you're not going to see anything on the relationship between the dietary habits of a person and the number of medications that are prescribed for them in glaucoma. So the objective of this study was therefore to evaluate possible associations between diet and the number of medications for glaucoma. The type of glaucoma we looked at was primary open-angle glaucoma, which is the most common kind of glaucoma. Now, we hypothesized that increased intake of fruits, vegetables, and fatty fish would be associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications. This is how we went about answering the research question. This was a cross-sectional analysis of data. We collected some data from 109 people with POAG from 2 centers here in Kingston, from the University Hospital of the West Indies and from a busy private ophthalmology practice. And the outcome measure was number of glaucoma medications. We obtained this from a health and lifestyle questionnaire. The exposure was dietary intake. And we used a validated semi-quantitative food frequency questionnaire to assess this. We categorized foods into 10 major classes: cereal and cereal products, starchy foods, roots and tubers, food from animals, peas, beans and nuts, fast foods, vegetables, fruits, sugars and fats, coffee and tea. Each class had a list of common Jamaican food items, and the participants had the option to tick the frequency in which they consumed each food item on the average in the last 3 months. We also showed them reference portion sizes and indicated how much they consumed at each point they consumed that food item. And we were able to calculate the total amount of daily intake per day for each food item, added everything for each food group to come up with the daily intake for each food category or food class. We also measured covariates, other independent variables that could affect the severity of glaucoma and affect the number of glaucoma medications prescribed. These covariate data encompass the age, gender, hypertension, diabetes, family history of glaucoma, medication compliance, exercise, BMI, waist circumference, level of education, and so on and so forth. We analyzed the data using Status software version 18. We used this mainly for descriptive statistics and regression analysis. Now, these are the results. The population was slightly more of females than males. About 57% of the population females and the 43% males. Most of the population identified as blacks, about 97% did. Most people used one eye drop. Although the average eye drop used per person was 2. Now, for each class of food, for each food group, when we ran a simple regression analysis, we did not find any significant association except for 2 food categories, for fish and vegetables. Now, for the first item, which we highlighted there, fish, we see that the association is slightly weak or marginal. So we say that there was a marginal significant association, a borderline association. That's because we set the p-value at equal to 0.05 or less than 0.05, but that p-value there is just bordering around 0.05. For vegetables, where you have the double asterisk, that indicates that we had real significant association. But this was just the crude analysis, a simple linear regression that does not take into account other lurking or confounding variables that could affect the results. Now, when we conducted a multiple regression analysis to adjust for all those confounding variables that we talked about at the beginning that could also affect the severity of glaucoma and number of medications used, we got a more clearer result. For all the other food categories, we did not still see any significant association except for the initial 2 categories, for fish intake and vegetable intake. Fish intake became more significant. We had a p-value of 0.029, and it was it was a negative significant predictor in the model. That means that participants who exhibited greater levels of fish intake had lower amount of prescribed medications. Same thing for vegetable intake. By the way, the fish we looked at were canned fish like your sardines, tuna, and mackerel. We looked at brown-stewed fish. We looked at escovitch, and so on and so forth. For vegetable intake, the p-value became even more significant in the adjusted model. And vegetable intake was also a negative significant predictor in the model. That means that participants who exhibited greater levels of vegetable intake had lower number of prescribed glaucoma medications. The vegetables were mainly made up of leafy vegetables like pak choy, callaloo, kale, spinach, and other vegetables like carrots, cucumbers, and cabbages. Now, fish intake or higher levels of fish intake were probably associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications because fish contains omega-3 fatty acids. There are studies that have shown this relationship between high intake of fatty fish containing omega-3 fatty acids and reduced intraocular pressure. Because these compounds reduce intraocular pressure, that's probably why the physicians didn't need to prescribe so much medications for people in this category. Vegetable intake, higher levels of vegetable intake were probably more associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications because vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, contain nitrates and vitamins A and C, which are known as powerful antioxidants that help to also improve aqueous humor outflow and reduce intraocular pressure. This is, again, probably why the physicians or the ophthalmologists or eye care providers of these people felt that they were okay with fewer medications than more medications. Now, there are several limitations to this study. By the way, this is the first study that has shown this relationship. Other studies, not just here in Jamaica, but in the entire world, and you can Google this, it's not on the internet yet, it's not anywhere. I just checked it yesterday before coming here. But you see, there are limitations to this study. First of all, it's a cross-sectional study, and we know that cross-sectional studies do not mean causation. Second, we used a small sample size of 109 participants. Future studies, we use larger sample sizes. And furthermore, dietary intake was assessed with a subjective method, with a semi-quantitative food frequency questionnaire. We have even more objective and reliable measures. The problem with subjective methods is that participants may overestimate or underestimate some certain parts of the questions. But we have collected objective biomarkers, blood-borne biomarkers that are stored in the freezer, in one of the freezers at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research at -80 degrees centigrade, and we are seeking funding to analyze these objective markers and see if the outcome would be the same. And lastly, we didn't consider the effect of food combinations, like what might have happened if we combined fruits and vegetables. Could the effect have been higher or not? In conclusion, this study showed that higher levels of fish or vegetable intake were associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications, especially after adjusting for covariates. And while nutrition does not cure glaucoma, this study shows that recommending certain dietary styles may help in complementing the traditional methods of eye drops and eye surgeries used in managing glaucoma. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you as well to the conference committee for giving us the opportunity to present this body of work. Good afternoon, everyone. In this talk, I will walk you through the background, methods, key results, and implications for public health practice. First, let's begin by grounding our discussion in why diet diversity matters. A healthy diet plays a crucial role in preventing malnutrition and chronic diseases. It emphasizes fruits and vegetables across the color spectrum, whole grains, healthy fats, fiber-rich foods, and so on. Diet diversity refers to the number of different foods or food groups consumed over a period, often 24 hours. Here, participants report all foods consumed, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks the previous day. These items are then categorized into food groups, giving us a structured view of dietary patterns. Diet diversity is a key indicator of nutritional adequacy. Low diversity often corresponds with micronutrient deficiencies, while high diversity is linked to better diet quality. This reinforces its value as a public health metric. Several instruments assess diet diversity, including the MDDW, HDDS, IDDS, DDI, and FVS. Each helps capture different aspects of dietary variation across individuals and households. Using the MDDW as an example, diets are considered minimally diverse when at least 5 of 10 specific food groups are consumed. These include grains, pulses, nuts, dairy, animal protein, eggs, leafy vegetables, vitamin A-rich foods, other vegetables, and other fruits. Globally, MDDW prevalence is 65%, while in Latin America and the Caribbean, the prevalence is 79%. It should be noted that no prevalence data for Jamaica or the Caribbean sub-region at large was published in the FAO 2025 report, highlighting a key knowledge gap. Jamaica's food-based dietary guidelines organize foods into 6 groups: fruits, vegetables, starches, legumes, animal foods, and fats and oils. This guideline helps to shape our categorization of food intake among Jamaican adults. There is limited knowledge on diet diversity in Jamaica. Understanding socio-demographic differences, especially between urban and rural populations, can identify vulnerable groups at risk for inadequate micronutrient intake. Next, we shift into our study examining diet diversity in urban Jamaican adults. This section outlines our aims, methods, and analytical approach. Our goal was to estimate the proportion of urban Jamaican adults who consume diverse diets and to explore variations across demographic and health factors. By identifying patterns, we aim to inform targeted interventions to improve nutritional equity. To do this, data from the CHOC study, conducted between 2018 and 2019, that had administered a questionnaire to individuals 15 years and older who lived in urban communities across the southeastern parishes of Jamaica were used. The instrument included a 10-item food frequency questionnaire that assessed food types and frequency consumption over the previous month. Consumption frequencies were standardized to daily intake, and foods were grouped into 5 categories. Diet diversity was defined as consuming foods from 4 or more food groups 1 or more times per day. Community poverty data was obtained from the 2012 Mapping Poverty in Jamaica document published jointly by Statin and PIOJ. We performed survey-weighted multivariable logistic regression to estimate the odds of having diverse diet, accounting for demographic and behavioral factors. Now for results. Here we show that 6% of Jamaican urban adults reported eating from 4 or more food groups 1 or more times per day. The graph also shows that most urban Jamaican adults reported eating from 1 to 2 food groups daily, accounting for 59% of the population, while less than 1% consumed foods from all 5 food groups 1 or more times per day. When we consider the difference in diet diversity prevalence among males and females, we found that males had a higher prevalence than females, but the difference was not statistically significant. This highlights that gender alone is insufficient in explaining the variation. This graph displays diet diversity prevalence among 10-year age groups. We found that diet diversity was most prevalent among those 75 years and older. We also found a statistically significant group difference in diet diversity with 10-year age group where P is equal to 0.006, suggesting behavioral or lifestyle factors linked to aging. Here we show diet diversity prevalence across educational attainment levels, namely less than high school, and more than high school education. While those with more than high school education had a higher prevalence of diet diversity, there was no statistically significant difference, although it was approaching significance, where P is equal to 0.6061. Here, we show diet diversity prevalence across community poverty incidence tertiles, namely lower, average, and higher. Although Jamaican adults who live in communities in the average poverty incidence tertile reported the highest prevalence, this difference did not achieve statistical significance and may reflect random variability rather than a true association. Here, we show diet diversity prevalence among persons living with and without hypertension or diabetes. Diet diversity was less prevalent among those living with a condition. However, the difference was in the diabetes group was statistically significant, where P is equal to 0.041, while the hypertension group, it was not significant. This table displays diet diversity prevalence among persons who met the recommended 150 minutes or more physical activity per week and those who didn't, as well as among current smokers and non-smokers. The table shows the nuanced variation across subgroups, reinforcing the low overall prevalence of diet diversity and no statistically significant difference within groups. In sex-specific adjusted models, men living in communities in the average poverty incidence tertile were more likely to have diverse diets, while women with high school education were more likely to have diverse diets, pointing to gender socioeconomic interactions. In noting a couple limitations, the food frequency questionnaire in the study included 10 items and may not have fully captured all the foods consumed by persons in the month prior to being interviewed. Also, the food groups that were consumed between 0.5 to 0.99 times per day were not rounded to 1, which may affect precision. In summary, a small proportion of urban Jamaican adults, consume diverse diets. Socioeconomic factors, particularly education and community poverty, play important roles. These findings highlight the need for targeted policies and further research into diet diversity determinants. Thank you.
Thank you, researchers. We now open the floor for question and answer. Doc, everybody is looking to you. No questions?
Good afternoon, presenters. Thank you very much. A quick question for all of the presenters. I must commend you three for excellent presentations. Thank you so much. The one man in the midst and the research that has not been done anywhere else globally. So I applaud you for that. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you. The question I have for you, since you have seen that those who were given, who had less eye drops, medication prescribed, were eating fish and vegetable, so what will you recommend for a healthy Jamaica so that in 10 years' time there will be no need for eye drops? Neither should there be any glaucoma. Tell us what you think we should do.
Okay, so we will probably still have drops in the next 10 years. But one important point is that dietary intake, for example, the study showed that increased fish or vegetable intake were associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications. These food groups may not be a substitute for glaucoma medications or for surgery, as the case may be, right? But we could recommend that people include these food items in their in proper amounts in their diet to kind of complement the traditional methods of treating or managing glaucoma.
Okay, did you hear of that? They just say 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away?
Of course, yes.
That's what I'm trying to pull from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will tell them to eat all the fruits and vegetables, then they won't have glaucoma and there will be need for medication and the pharmaceutical won't be available. Thank you. So the next one, the young miss that just presented. Yes, thank you for your presentation. As I was listening, I was wondering in that part of... that is, no, not this one. Sorry. I was said, yes, the diversity, and yes, you did yours in urban. Right. So I was wondering, why didn't we include the rural? You said because the rural people, I believe they would have been more, they'll give you a more robust data. So I believe you should extend your research to the rural because they eat everything nice and natural, you know, right from the garden. They just pick it and pluck it and cook it and eat. Check those groups, okay? Right. And see if you will make any difference, all right?
Thank you.
And thank you for your presentation. And the young miss here, yours was very good as well. I was wondering about the aspect where you were emphasizing the smoking and I think that has to do with remind me your topic.
So the topic was knowledge, attitudes, and practices towards salt consumption in Jamaica, okay, and how that's connected to...
Yes, so you realize that there were the age group that have the knowledge, but the knowledge did not translate to action. Why do you think that is so?
I think there are a lot of factors. So a lot of the population where the negative behaviors were observed would have been younger people. And so I think they have more access to fast food, right? They're probably living a fast-paced lifestyle, so they're going and not really thinking about what they're eating. In addition to costs, right? Money is a big issue in our climate right now. In addition to the fact that they probably just don't think it's a great big issue now, and that's why messaging is so important, because they're thinking that, okay, I'm young, and this is not something that I need to be concerned about now. So I think we need to drive that message more, that what you do when you're young impacts what happens when you progress
older
in life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Good presentation. You actually answered the question that I wanted, so you're good. Good. All right, so my question is for Mr. Genesis. You found out that there was, you had more females in the study than males. So my question for you is that in your multiple regression analysis, did you adjust for sex in it? And was there anything in terms of sex when you looked at like fish and vegetable?
No, there was no significant associations for gender when we included that in the analysis, adjusted model.
Okay, and did you try to find a difference between, in terms of gender for fish and vegetable?
No, we didn't look at that.
Okay then, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
And for Joy, good. Joy, can you help us? Just name one way that you think policy can be used to increase diverse diet.
One way policy can be used to increase diverse diet. There are several different factors that contribute to poor or low diet diversity. Structural poverty, the cost of a healthy diet is actually the highest in Jamaica compared to the rest of the region. And so making healthy foods more accessible at a lower cost would definitely help, as well as pushing or increasing or continuing to promote what consists of a healthy diet and how important it is to eat a healthy diet and from all the different food groups on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Sharon Dawson. Quick question for Mr. Genesis. You spoke about the food groups.
Yeah.
But I saw where you had tea and coffee and those things put out. Why didn't you just stick with the food group that we have, the 6?
Thank you very much. So for this study, we came up with our own categories of food. Now, caffeine is not in any of the categories from the Jamaican dietary guidelines. Tea or caffeine is not in any of those 6 major classes, for example, the other presenter talked about. But if you look at literature, you'll see that they often advise that people who are susceptible to the influence from caffeine may, if they consume caffeine so much, may have higher risk of glaucoma, or they may have their glaucoma progressing even more than normal. So they usually say, don't take caffeine, or if you must take caffeine, take in moderate amounts, don't take too much. That's why we wanted to see what the impact of caffeine could look like, or what associations may exist with caffeine. And for tea, some studies have shown, there's a study from Britain, a British study that showed that people who consume more tea usually had less risk of glaucoma, or higher tea consumption was associated with reduced risk of glaucoma. That's why we wanted to look at tea intake. That's why we had to break those classes from 6 into 10, because there were other aspects we were interested in.
Okay, and for cereal, what was the idea of putting cereal separate from the regular group?
Okay, so the validated questionnaire that had been used in the Jamaican population in Spanish Town had that classification, and we didn't want to alter anything in the questionnaire. That's why we went ahead to have cereal products separated from starch. You said starch? From staples, yeah.
From staples.
Yeah, that's why we had, because that questionnaire had been validated somewhere else, and we felt instead of coming up with ours, we could just match the same questions that were there. In that study, they separated staples from cereals.
Okay, and the last question, you spoke about fatty fish, okay, but you also spoke about escovitch and brown stewed. Yeah. But then the fatty fish is mainly your tuna.
Tuna, sardines, yeah.
But we don't usually escovitch or brown stew.
That's a good point. Now, yeah. So generally, yes, we have omega-3 fatty acids present in tuna, sardines, salmon, and so on and so forth. But generally, studies have shown that fish intake generally, increasing your fish intake could mean increasing your levels of omega-3 fatty acids intake, even though fatty fish tend to contain more omega-3 fatty acids than other types of fish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Mackenzie? Basically the same question with regard to the food groups. Why did you didn't stick with the 6, why not?
So usually the fats and oils are actually immersed in the other foods. When we use our food frequency questionnaire, we only had 10 different items, and fats and oils were not considered by themselves. So we had to just use the 5 that were represented.
Okay. And do you think that is representative enough?
I do, simply because even when we look at even the global literature or literature from other countries, we see that they are using 5. Sometimes it's more, definitely, but you do have these 5 categories coming to the fore more often than not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all. It was good, very interesting.
Yes, clap them. I believe we have an online question.
Yes, we have 3 questions for each presenter. 1 for each presenter, that is. And I'll start with Ms. Mackenzie. I wonder what other factors could influence diet diversity. Could religious persuasion play a role? Maybe this could be explored in future studies, since there are some religious groups that experience greater longevity in some geographical regions.
All right, thank you so much for that. And that's why we actually use the definition at 4 or more, because we wanted to account for those persons that would not consume foods from animals. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Edokpa, your presentation would have highlighted that fish and certain vegetables have the ability to cause less medications to be used in persons with glaucoma. From this information, would you leave us with the takeaway that a combination of fish and vegetables shows the progression of glaucoma? If so, what in your research would have indicated same?
All right, so basically, the number of medications for any disease is usually used as a proxy for the severity of the disease or for how difficult it is to control that disease. So if these food items were associated, by the way, I should mention association, not causation. If these food items were associated with reduced number of glaucoma medications, it therefore means that they were, since I just talked about being a proxy for severity and difficulty in controlling the disease, it therefore means that these food items could reduce the severity of of glaucoma, or reduce the medical burden of glaucoma in persons that are suffering from the disease.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we could infer that from the study.
Thank you. Ms. Watson? Given that marijuana smokers in your group showed a propensity for poor dietary choices, including potentially higher salt intake, do you think targeted public health messaging, perhaps around reducing sodium in popular foods associated with cannabis use, could be effective for this subgroup in Jamaica, especially considering the already high population level salt consumption?
Oh, absolutely, and it's linked to what I said earlier in terms of meeting people where they are. Right? The data points us clearly where we need to go, and of course that would be something to consider because convenience, again, I keep saying it, as human beings, is what works. Right? So if you want to get a certain message across, for example, among smokers, if they come to the clinic, for example, pair that with your advice on how to manage their smoking habits or reduce them, right? Go into the communities. There are many different ways of getting this done. So I hope that answers your question, but yes, I think that we need to pair whatever message would be aligned with smoking to also reducing our salt consumption.
Thank you.
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. Thank you to our presenters, Ms. Kimoy Watson, Mr. Genesis Edokpa, and Ms. Joyce Mackenzie. We can all agree that these were excellent presentations, very informative, and there were also suggestions for continued research. So we look forward to hearing more from each of you next year, yes? All right. So that comes to the end of this session. I'm now going to hand over to Mrs. Mullins, who will close us off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We have come to the close of day one of the 16th National Health Research Conference. We have had an interesting and informative day. We had Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton highlighting the importance of doing research that can shape behaviors and health-seeking habits of Jamaicans. Mr. Henry, our MC, led us bravely through the opening ceremony. And following that, we had feature presentations on the health research agenda with Prof. Reed, and Dr. Dawkins Wright highlighted the ministry's efforts in recovering from Hurricane Melissa. For our focus on research, we had 3 sessions. We had sessions focusing on non-communicable diseases, public health, and nutrition. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we want to invite you to join us again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.